Hello. Are we here? I think that we're here. I can hear me and I can see me. So, hello. Hello. It's been a couple weeks. Almost a couple weeks. Oh, I've been uploading on the channel still this entire time, but seeing my live mug, that's, I'm sure that y'all have been missing that. So, hi. Good to see you all. Lovely, lovely, colorful names in chat. Agnes, first time in chat. Hello. Found me last night. Oh yeah, after I accidentally uploaded like 40 videos all at once from old old live streams. You look like someone who had a nice vacation. I tried my best. I was kind of thinking beforehand, am I going to try to get anything done during this time that I've been putting off? Am I going to use this vacation time to uh deep clean the bathroom or something? The answer was no. I decided that I was going to play video games and otherwise not really stress myself out very much. My hair is doing really interesting things today. There's no product in it. This is just, I've been doing more moisture treatment for my hair and I stopped shampooing it. And now it has decided that it's going to become an untamable, wavy mess, but I like it. So sorry, it's just distracting because it's just doing a lot right now. Anyway, hello. You look like your soul is back inside your body. Yeah, I did my best also while I was gone to completely ignore the news. I mean, I'm not perfect. I still was on Twitter occasionally, and I get my little emails from Aaron Reed's Substack, so I wasn't completely unplugged, but I tried my best. And I do think that that is something I would recommend doing every once in a while. What's interesting is that you all are seeing me, but YouTube backend is still kind of showing that uh, it's not working. So that's fascinating. Can we get back into that? Oh, because it's signed me out. Okay, cool. Love when it does that when I'm literally doing my show. Okay. Can we get logged back in? Hello? Yes? Okay. There we go. We're back? Okay. Wonderful. One does not simply ignore the news. I tried my best. I mean, yeah, it's just happening constantly. You get on Facebook because for me, Facebook is the less politically active of the different platforms that I'm on. And even then, I do still have a couple of friends who are posting about Palestine. And I'm like, yeah, it is still ongoing. And it's a privilege that I get to stop thinking about it. But I also, yeah, I reserve the right to stop thinking about it occasionally. I have a 4-day weekend from school, and instead of being productive, I'm just catching up on manga. Look, part of my thing with this whole, had a bunch of work to catch up on, and then I caught up on it so sufficiently that I was able to give myself a break, like a vacation. There's still content ready to go on the channel through Thursday, I think, this week. But yeah, so I've now caught up on that, and I have that tiny bit of buffer for the next couple of days with videos still up, and that is going to enable me to like get on a schedule where I do just have days off during the week instead of working every single day, and which eventually of course necessitates a 2-week vacation. But if I just, okay, for sure I don't work on Saturdays, and also I am able to get my other work done in such a way that I don't have to think about politics every single day. Not like the days that I'm not working, like I'm quote unquote not editing or whatever. I'm still cooking dinner and doing dishes and doing laundry and like doing all of the be at home spouse stuff. And so I'm hoping to be able to balance both of those things a little bit more easily and accomplish things better as well as having more time off. So, wish me luck. As someone who posts a nude every single day, I would not get by without content buffers. Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess for you, if you could just like take a bunch of different pictures and then release them one a day or so. That's what I do with YouTube Shorts. I am sorry if you don't like YouTube Shorts. I mean, at least they don't, it doesn't notify you as a subscriber. I have set that when I upload my shorts, it does not notify you guys. So hopefully it's not too annoying, but I have enough content that is clippable that I put out like 2 shorts a day. And I'm honestly kind of wondering if I should stop doing that because it seems like maybe it's deprioritizing boosting them. Like when I was first posting shorts, it was like go, 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 go. They were getting a lot of views. And now it's only occasionally that I'll get one that gets a decent number of views. And it's maybe, I don't know, am I throwing too much at the wall? Do I need to be more discerning about which shorts I post? I don't know. Anyway. Oh yeah, Donald Trump was fined in New York, right? He has been fined and he is not allowed to practice business with the Trump Corporation for like 3 years. I never watched shorts. Yeah, it's a very particular thing. And honestly, I think it's mostly a mobile user experience. I don't know if folks really go and like just let shorts autoplay on their desktop experience. Probably depends. I occasionally will click a short that shows up in my home feed, but $3 billion. Yes. He's going to appeal it, I'm sure, and that's going to postpone him being required to pay for it. Like he's not going to be made to actually do it for a bit. Oh, goodness. Oh, okay. Okay. So Shellbell, thank you so much. It's like still early in the day for me, so I'm like, okay, how do I appropriately have a response to $100 dono right up top? Thank you very much. Welcome back. Just felt like spoiling my favorite streamer. Sorry, not sorry. Thank you. I appreciate you. I guess that means I have to take off my hoodie very early in the show, doesn't it? That's the promise. It's the thing that you all consistently come back to wanting is the flex. I have not been working out my arms. I've been doing cardio. Oh my god, I went back to the gym. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, still white name. Hello Shade, welcome in. Dark Canuck. Oh, Captain Cougar's here. Okay, cool. I guess I can do Tum as well. Haven't shown off Tum in a while. But mostly arms. Early in the show. Okay. So I'm also wearing a workout t-shirt that says Pump Factor. So I haven't been working out my arms. They're still like the same size as they have been. They haven't really shrunk, but they're not getting bigger. Ooh. I always like this back muscle. I'm like, getting wider right there is just a lot of fun. I'm doing cardio, and the cardio that I'm doing is mostly like stationary bike, and that is gonna probably make my arms look smaller because I do actually have like fat down here. That's part of what makes my arms look so big. It's not muscle down here. I mean, some of it is muscle, of course, but like, yeah, I do have that like jiggle. And I think as I lose a little bit, it's gonna make my arms look skinnier. But then I'll go back to bulking. Yes. I have no idea how long I'm gonna be doing cardio. I'm gonna continue doing cardio until I hit my goal weight. But who knows how long it's gonna be. Okay. I've also been doing ab work. Oh my god, I've been wearing like high-waisted leggings and they're so comfortable. They're so comfy, but my smushed belly button piece. Eventually I will have Maybe visible abs? I don't know. We'll see. Thank you all so much. I feel like I'm looking pretty dang good. I'm feeling pretty dang good about myself. Not gonna complain. There we go. The tummy fans got a little bit of a shout today. Appealing requires him to either front some or all of the money. Trump has said he only has about 400 million in liquid cash. This plus his other required payouts mean he's in deep shit. Okay. Yes, I've been feeling good. Visible abs is like superhuman level to me. Yeah, I don't actually know if I even want visible abs. I think that's one of the areas where I'm like, I don't mind being a little bit soft. Although I do want to reduce the inches so that I can fit into some of my clothes again. Yeah, yeah, do you see the Y pump factory on my on my tank top? Anyway. So you listen, it's like I think $50 a year annual is like a pretty standard if you go to a gym and you get a membership, right? There's like an annual fee and then there's like a monthly fee. And at my gym it's like 10 bucks a month for the just like you can come into the gym and you don't get any extra special services, like you can't use the spa or whatever. Um so yeah, listen. I think it's worth it. I mean, you can do cardio just outside. Brianna! With a tier 2 sub, thank you. Brianna and Shellbell bringing it today. Are we watching the American V for Vendetta backstory playing out in real time? Oh yeah, wait, hold on. Trump wants to give his daughter control over the Republican National Convention so she can tunnel all their money into his legal defenses. Oh, wow. Good going. Mm-hmm. Oh, geez. Trump says he has 400 million. That's true. That's what he says he has. And I don't know if that is the case. Listen, just for funsies, since we've already surpassed the goal, what was it, a tier 2 sub? Since we've already surpassed the goal, I'm gonna bump it up in case, it's like if we get enough donos, then I'll do another round of objectifying myself. It's fun. It's all in good fun. I encourage everybody. Listen, I successfully convinced Mama Mephistopheles here to become a muscle mommy. So I'm like, if I'm encouraging y'all to work out, I'm so for it. Trump says Mar-a-Lago is a $1 billion property as well. I know, he is not very honest. I've been doing arms and legs twice a week each, plus 1 day of cardio with core exercises every day. Gymming is awesome. I credit Lux with my success. There you go. I'm so for it. And yeah, there was like some exercise discourse, I think, on Twitter while I was gone, where some disabled folks were talking about how like exercise is being pushed with this kind of moralistic thing going on with it. Oh, thank you. Agnes with the tier 1 sub. I feel like this is required after all the flexing. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Enjoy your dicks, y'all who just got subs. Wonderful. We might have a second round of flexing. Who knows? Oh my god, I have to drink water. 40s. Hail hydrate. Oh man, this week, so I don't really have like access to a ton of different movies and TV shows to watch. And I'm kind of like, I'm getting to a place where I'm a little bit bored with everything that I have access to, or I don't want to watch it, and therefore, like, I haven't watched it. So I watched Mean Girls last night. It's worth it once in a while to go back and watch Mean Girls. I also watched like all 3 Captain America movies, one after the other, instead of, in their place in the MCU timeline. And then I also watched all 3 Iron Man movies yesterday. That was my last day of my break. I spent watching all 3 Iron Man movies, followed by Mean Girls, and playing Stardew Valley. That's what I played. Hades and Stardew Valley, and that was like the leisure time of my break. Oh goodness. Okay. Hail, hydrate. I have to take more safe for work muscle pics because it's hard to show off my progress to people I can't show nudes to. Take more gym selfies. That's what you do. Take advantage of the mirrors there. I don't take selfies at the gym very much because I feel like I want to like have any details about where it is, and it's hard to avoid details of where it is, sometimes. Like if like certain gyms have like color schemes, and it's like, okay, now you know the color scheme of my gym. Hades is such a good game. I can lose multiple days in it. I find it really challenging, and that is both welcome and sometimes a little bit of a deterrent. But I'm living out my fantasies in Stardew Valley right now. I also picked up some free seeds recently. Did y'all know that some libraries have like a seed library where you can go and take like I think up to 5 different seed packs? And it's that's pretty cool. There's also like seed fairs locally sometimes where like different people bring and share seeds and you can come and grab some. And there were also like I was reading that there were, I guess it's kind of like a little tiny, I mean it's a fair. It's like a little miniature thing, but so there's like the honey people. Oh my god, there's honey people. We got some honey sticks and jelly. Good stuff. Like a bunch of different businesses, like local businesses, also have sometimes like discounted seeds from last year. Just a bunch of different places to get seeds. Because gardening is a thing that I'm going to be doing this year, and I'm very excited. I actually have to wait a little bit, and it's almost obnoxious. I have to wait until mid-March to start even my indoor seeds. Frustration. Local parks and botanical gardens can also do plant giveaways of like when they divide up their plants. If you find honey people, then you need to find the mead people. I thought for a minute that I didn't like honey, and I think I just hadn't tried the right kinds of honey. But I did get really into the concept of making mead. It's like, you gotta find the right honey, though. And because it's expensive, too. You're sinking in for a pound of mead. 1 pound of mead to make what, like 1 gallon of, or sorry, 1 pound of honey to make like a gallon of mead. And a pound of honey is not inexpensive if you're getting good local honey. So, like you gotta be really invested in making it for yourself. Not the least expensive hobby. Join a horticultural club. Okay, that's a good one. If you're making honey, then the meat is not so expensive. Sure, I don't have infrastructure for bees yet. I might someday have bees. That would be pretty legit, but indeed. There's a meadery like an hour from where I live. Ooh. Delicious. It has to be aged enough, too. I was watching a video of someone who made mead who was saying that you have to basically, like, if you drink it within the first 2 months after bottling it, it tends to be really alcohol forward. Whereas if you let it go for longer, it tends to mellow out. And, like, the flavor gets more balanced. I started my strawberries in my pot plant bottom because its greenhouse is pretty warm. I need to start a few other things this week and everything else first week of March. Yeah, I mean, if you're in Oregon, then you're in like zone 8 or something, so you can start way earlier. I'm in like zone 6, I think. Three to 4 months minimum to let the mead rest. I've heard 2 months minimum, but I'd say three. I'd say the longer the better. 1 pound honey to 1 gallon of water. Keep your spare seeds dry and store in refrigerator. Yeah, I was. I tried not to get too many, but I'm sure that I will have more than I strictly need. Ugh, gosh. My eyeballs. Okay. Drink more water and then put this away. If you have not hit the like button, consider hitting the like button, okay? I don't have like specific news planned today, but we will be talking about news. There's the results from the US trans survey are out now, and there's the stuff about Trump. I don't really need to go in detail about the Trump stuff. I mean, we can talk about it for funsies on stream, but there's kind of no point in me making segments about Trump. They don't do super well. Yeah, you like my trans eggs? It's gonna be, the spring equinox soon, next month. So that's what the decoration is. There's Vouch drama happened right after you left. Was it something about him accidentally flashing his recently downloaded porn into the chat? Like it like up on the screen? Um I don't I haven't looked into what specifically flashed on the screen, but I know that people have freaked out about it a little bit. Oh no, my hoodie. Oh god, why is it so dirty? No. Oh man. That particular spot on my floor is really dusty. Ooh. Bro keeps his porn next to his taxes in the default download folder on his streaming computer. Rookie, I've never tried to download anything with my screen on. Like with you guys looking at my screen. It was lowly and bestiality stuff. Okay. I don't horse porn by a lowly artist. Okay. Interesting. I know that people were like making jokes about the horse thing, as they always do. His excuse was, I saw big cock, I clicked save. I don't know, you guys. It's like I would have to see it, I guess, to make a judgment. I'm not gonna make excuses, but it's also like sometimes people are weird with the stuff that they're into. That doesn't mean that they're doing harm in the world, right? Lefty streamer drama annoys me, TBH. Yeah, it's like there's a fine line, right? Between like what qualifies as streamer drama versus what what kind of tangible harms should we be remarking upon, you know? But really, I have better things to do. Exactly, Violet says, honestly, I have better things to do in my life than play judge jury on someone's kinks. Like it doesn't. You don't have any control over your weird kinks, and I think if you're not looking at like actual CP, then you're probably okay. Yeah, I know H3 went hard on him. I was not perfect about staying off Twitter on this break. I'm gonna be honest. Streamer drama. Streamer does X. Real drama. X is harmful to society. Well, like, okay. I guess it's like the stuff that streamers say about each other, I think, tends to be what I think of as like streamer drama. And just being like, oh, the things that you say on your show are so stupid. Like your argument is so moronic. Like those kinds of like basically surface level accusations, I guess. If someone's like, this person has been causing harm, you know, like I can see, I don't know, like I can see that that can be minimized. Yes, I'm back. Hello. Anyway, though, I have not been participating in any streamer drama recently. I just had your living without cis people video. Wait, living without cis people video. Do you mean the one that's like, this is why I don't have any cis friends? It's a little bit of an exaggerated title and thumbnail, but it was about like hanging out in a group of cis people that I didn't know very well to play a Jackbox game. And then there was like a transphobic joke that one of the people made. And I was like, okay. Afterwards, I vented, like, this is why I don't hang out with cis people. I mean, I really don't hang out with people I like at all anymore. But, you know, groups of random cis people I don't know, definitely touchy. Gonna be honest, lefty streamers need to just work on getting word out to help people instead of fighting each other. It's annoying, and I hate how so many people I listen to seem to hate each other. Right. I think it's better to focus on what are the positive relationships. Like, what are the ones that, I don't know, like, I guess I need to do more collaborative work with folks so that it's clear that, like, it's possible to do coalition building with people that you do like, or at least to speak positively. Um, or maybe we just need to do, like, I don't know, how do we do, I don't want to do positive reaction content. Because, like, if you just watch a video of someone who you agree with, then you're basically not going to have much to say and much to add to it. It's not very transformative. So, but yeah, I guess collaboration is the thing to do, right? Problem with the left is that they want to burn down their own when a skeleton is found in their closet. Problem with the right is that they don't care when their own have a pile of skeletons in the closet. I mean, I think that's probably fair. The left tends to have this, you know, purity thing going on. Like, we will not tolerate moral deviation. Demon Mama's convo segments are pretty good. Yeah, I should. I don't know. I was like, I shouldn't do Signal Night because I've done Signal Night so many times on Demon Mama's channel. But also, I haven't had a chat with her in a long time, which is it's a shame. It's too bad. I need to get her on the show sometime. Maybe I should have her come on and talk about degrowth with me. I did message her on Discord about it a while ago, but I don't know if she ever got it. So I should probably message her on Twitter. 50 viewers right now, 35 likes. Thank you very much for hanging out, everybody. We're kind of just easing in at the moment, talking about whatever comes up. Oh my god. Okay, I'm going to try to do this without messing up my hair too bad. No. Okay. Eh. Eh. 57 days left until what? Oh, gosh. Y'all, my birthday is next month. I am going to be 30. Oh, until you move? You're moving out of Ohio, right? Oh, jeez. Oh, until GRS. Cool. GRS is a very exciting time. very much. Good luck, Godspeed. That's only like 2 months away. Then healing and then moving. Okay. I turned 24 this month. Yes. What you doing for your B-day? So I'm gonna stream for my B-day. That's one of the things that I'm gonna do. We're gonna have a birthday stream where we chill and talk about whatever. And I I guess I don't have specific plans other than that. I should probably try to plan something specific for myself, but I also asked my partner to be thoughtful and it's like I would appreciate it if you did something for me for my birthday. And so I kind of was like, I'm gonna let that be a surprise. But I do think that I should probably plan to do something for myself. Last year, the only thing I wanted to do was eat a cannoli. So we tried to go to a restaurant um, that would be able to seat us privately, and it did not pan out. So I did not get to eat cannoli. It was the only thing I wanted. Cannolis, yeah, they're so yummy. Oh, gosh. It's good to be back, though. It was a good break. It was a good vacation, and it's good to be back. I think that we should. I don't know. Do we really need to? I keep thinking like we need to plan something fun to make sure that stream still feels like a positive thing. Because I do sometimes get that sensation of dread involved with going, oh no, I have to go look at the news and figure out what we're talking about. I have to oh, I want crab on birthday. Jason, that's so true. I've been craving crab. Maybe I'll splurge and do crab on my birthday this year. What's up, Noah? People from the left seem to be unwilling to allow for personal growth. Like, if people were judging me based on who I was 5 to 7 years ago, it would not be a good look. And also not reflective of how you are now. Yeah, of course. Monthly positive story competition. Everyone submit a positive news story. Maybe. That's not a bad idea. No, I don't dread it because the chatters are turds. You guys are what makes this so fun. Like, it's what makes it easy to keep coming back to it. But yeah, the subject matter does tend to be pretty heavy. And I still want to keep drifting the focus toward what are things that we can actually do. We have to continue getting the word out to an extent, like just continue talking about stuff, covering things even if we've already covered them before might be good sometimes, like especially because I didn't used to be so efficient with my editing, and a lot of segments ended up just getting dropped and never got uploaded to the channel. But yeah, so I think there was recently a new news release about a murder that we already covered recently, like we covered previously in, yeah, I think it was just last year, 2023, or maybe right at the end of 2022. But there was something new published about it, like an, I guess, autopsy report or something. So we could cover it again, and then more people would know about it because it wouldn't necessarily be A, something that I even uploaded in the first place, and B, it could catch a new crowd of people. Pet segments, people submitting pet pics and videos. Ooh, okay. That could be fun. I could see a way to make that fun. The most hits I ever get online are from posting an animal. Yeah, posting animal pictures. I turned 32 in April, but since transitioning, I don't really feel old. I'm too busy living to think about being old. The more I exercise, the less old I feel. Like, I'm still kind of in pain because I just have pain. But yeah, it's like the more you feel the strength that just exists in your body, I think the younger you feel. It's 10:40 in the morning where I am, and I already feel done for the day. Oh, hopefully you get to chill this evening. Spectacular. So, yeah, what else happened while I was gone? More Palestine stuff, I'm sure. My TikTok FYP is 1/4 trans people with low views, 1/4 pro Palestine accounts with low views, and half cat compilations with millions of views. Oh yeah, Casa, there was forward progress on Casa, the Kids Online Safety Act, where if it passes, it would basically make it to where you have to use your government issued ID in order to identify you on social media. It doesn't necessarily mean that your screen name has to be your legal name, I don't think, except on Facebook where they do that anyway. But I think that like it basically is going to eliminate the possibility that you can use any website anonymously. I don't know how that's going to work for minors who don't have a driver's license yet. Like, are they allowed to be on the internet at all? They're going to be allowed to be on social media? Yeah, I do agree. We got to get rid of this idea that 30 is old. Because I think most people feel that their 30s were their prime. I think that consistently I hear from older people that their 30s, like their 20s, everything was like in like disarray, and it was like not the optimal time of their life. Like, yeah, physically, they were spry, but I don't think that's the same. Like, a lot of people go, yeah, like things chilled out, and I feel like I really settled into myself in my 30s. Yeah, Kelsey says my 30s have been way better. The 20s are the teen years of adulthood. Yeah, sure. Was I here for the Tucker Putin bit? I think that must have been really early on in my vacation. What was that? I'm 35, spent my 20s barely getting by, transitioning, etc. Spending 30s building a career and stuff. I think my 40s will be my prime. Hell yeah, dude. I mean, for sure. I think there are probably even people in their 60s who would say, like, this is the pinnacle version of me. But that you probably want to feel like that until you die. You want to consistently feel like this is the best I have been the entire time. Like, this is the coolest I've been. Otherwise, you're like getting less cool over time, right? Started HRT at 28. I'm going to be 35 next month. I have achieved nothing, but at least I still look like I'm 20. True. Tucker interviewed Putin. Putin spent 2 hours emasculating him and lecturing him on Russian history. Made fun of him for being rejected by CIA too. Nice. Oh man. Why? Like, why interview Putin? Like, what was gonna happen? What was the result of that possibly gonna be? Like, how could it be good is what I'm trying to say. Why would you think that that's a good choice? If young people were totally not allowed on the internet, then it would benefit Republicans because the kids would not be able to see what they're actually like and what they're actually doing as easily. Yeah, because the thing is that social media, obviously, there are the things that you can criticize about it, such as Instagram creating unrealistic body standards. Like that there are folks who went out and got plastic surgery because so and so influencer got plastic surgery, right? Um and people developing eating disorders because they see this unrealistic standard. Like if you are looking at a person who's had a Brazilian butt lift or whatever the fuck you call it, um I know that there are some people who object to calling it a Brazilian butt lift, but it's like I don't know what other term there is for it. So you can't really achieve that unless you just somehow naturally have that figure where you're like really slim in the waist and like really really wide proportionately in the hips. Then yeah, you if you do lose weight then you might be able to have that physique, but for the most part, you can't. There's no amount of dieting and exercising your way into having that skinny of a waist and that fat of an ass at the same time. Like, it is not very common, but people will still try. And so I see that that is a danger of social media. But on the other hand, TikTok is getting a lot of people informed about a lot of stuff. I've seen people literally go, okay, well, I'm going to start doing this very specific kind of delivery of political messaging, but I'm going to start delivering political messaging in like short form video style. Did they use a translator? Like Putin did the whole thing in Russian? One, Tucker is getting increasingly irrelevant, so he's grabbing for attention. And two, Putin knew Tucker was the only American who would give him a totally softball interview. Fair enough. Oh, geez. Excuse me. Was the Russian translator cis? I mean, probably. I feel like even if you did the interview in a country that wasn't Russia, to have the leader of a country that's that intensely homophobic, like anywhere near me, oh my god, no. I would not be anywhere near that situation. I feel like when we talk about people being, quote, in their prime, it is treated very similarly to saying someone has, quote, peaked. The word peaked seems like it has the implication that it was in the past, whereas, quote, being in your prime should be something that continues over time. Yeah, I'm in my prime of my life so far at like any given time. In Soviet Russia, gender identifies you. Fucking true. Imagine if we had cislators instead of translators. They just repeated in the same language that it was originally said. Very useful skill set. Wow. No, I did not see that video, Kelsey. TikTok is a minefield of conspiracy theory rabbit holes, propaganda, and misinformation. Sure. I was kind of just using TikTok as an example, um, because it is the social media that people tend to criticize the most, but also having access to something like Twitter, I think, the discussion that we're having is should teenagers be on social media, or should young folks in general be on social media? And you know, I think having access to the news in that way, because like it's hard to collate news online. You have to go, like, I guess, subscribe to an RSS feed. I actually did during my break subscribe to Morning Brew. So I can't recommend it yet because I only subscribed a couple of days ago. But it sends you an email early in the morning that gives you news that's supposed to be kind of fun, or at least parts of it are supposed to be fun. And it's just like a little digest. And this morning's was about like self-driving cars, the controversy around self-driving cars. But there was also other stuff like community contribution section and photo of the day. So yeah, just a little news thing. But other than that, how are you getting your news other than social media? Are you going to go to the CNN website and scroll through a bunch of stuff, or are you going to like like how do you know to go looking for the news? You can't like Google. I guess you could Google like transgender news and something generic like that might, you know, I use RSS readers for my news, right? I was just reading something that said, no, I did not watch Stewart on TDS. I saw it show up on my YouTube. I knew about it before it was going to happen. I just haven't gotten around to it because that's work. It's about the fucking election. And I was like, I don't want to think about this at all. Like I'm on break. I watched a bunch of Marvel movies and fucking BoJack Horseman. Erin in the morning newsletter. Yeah, I've subscribed to her email thing. And even like I don't know that most folks are watching news on the TV, but you know, there's only so many news sources and it's highly selective. And if you're on Twitter, you have the opportunity to see, for example, video on the ground during protests from protesters revealing that in fact the police are starting the violence, for example. Like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of examples of the police starting the violence at protests. So it's helpful, I believe, to have access to social media. Like I think a kid could learn on Twitter that they need to get an updated COVID vaccine and use that information to advocate for their parents. Or like maybe they, learn about reinfection and they advocate to do remote school. Like kids having access to information on the internet is important, and therefore their access to social media is important. Obviously, I don't think it should be necessarily completely unfettered access, but I do think it should be pretty open access. I feel like I was driving toward a different point. I got distracted. People got really interested when I brought up BoJack. Some days I want to detach from the news and just play MMOs and pretend everything else doesn't exist for a while. I think that not only do you have the right to do that, but it's necessary. I just saw a quote, and I can't remember what the quote was from, but it was like, if you're in a choir, the whole choir can sustain one note for a really, 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 really long time, like longer than one person would be able to do it, because the choir is able to have individuals pause and take a breath while everyone else around them is still holding the note, right? And that's what social justice activism should be like. There should be a lot of people working sort of steadily toward the same goal. And it should be like there should be enough padding and breathing room for you to like take a breath once in a while. And you have to take a breath, otherwise you'll pass out, right? My grandma made me a bowl cozy for if your bowl is too hot or cold. That's awesome. That's cute. Yeah, let's avoid burnout, okay? It's good to take a break once in a while. Can we get to 50 likes today? We're very, very, very close. I'm only German and already too anxious to check any news. I can't imagine being American. Ah! That's, again, I'm just trying to focus on what are the things that are within my control, okay? I can talk about the news, that's within my control. I can edit the videos and upload them, that's within my control. I can move somewhere that is better politically. Those are things that I can do. I do still think, as sucky as the United States is, that a sanctuary state in the US is probably safer than other Western countries. You know, having informed consent access to healthcare for trans people, if you move to Canada, you have to go through their system. Oh gosh. Mm. But, you know, Canada's conservative states are also doing anti trans shit. Yeah. So it depends where you move in Canada. You can't just go, oh, where I'll just move wherever in Canada and it'll be fine. No. So I'm gonna do my little garden. I'm pretty soon probably gonna talk about or like start posting more on my secondary channel, which is the channel where I talk about gardening and things. And I'm excited to do that. But I'm, not gonna be. When I plant stuff indoors, I'll probably record a little video and post it. Go like, hey, here's my little seedlings. Would you ever do fitness content? I mean, I could. I'm not entirely sure what that would look like, I guess. Or like where I would record. Am I doing fitness content at the gym? Lux's Gardening Madness channel. I talk about fitness, and I have occasionally posted my fitness content where I talk about it to the channel or to my secondary channel. But what kind of fitness content is requested? Apparently, you have to be really, really, really careful about how you talk about fitness. Because on the YouTube backend, there's all these very specific limitations around like how you can talk about calories and how you can talk about your goals as far as gaining and losing weight. And you have to make sure you don't have any imitable behaviors that could trigger someone and get them to start doing something like harmful to themselves as far as eating disorders go. So yeah, that's fascinating stuff. But I do know that some people on OnlyFans and stuff like that, they do basically. I mean, I remember Bad Bunny. She's called something else now. What is she called now? Kira Chats. She does like on her Twitch. She does yoga, but it's clearly like sex worker content. You know what I mean? Like it's on Twitch and it's technically safe for work, but it's also really obviously for the purpose of ogling her. I've lost 15 since I went back to vegan in December. Yatta! Okay. I mean, yeah. I guess we don't eat a lot of red meat, but I eat a lot of chicken, is the thing. We had recently, I had like a bunch of you gave suggestions for what we should name the secondary channel. And the one that has really just stuck with me is One Oasis Left. Because it includes, the left political indication in the title. And it's just like, dang, that's really cute. I like that a lot. I'm really seriously considering running with that one. Not that I actually think that I will have the only Oasis left in the apocalypse, but as a channel name, it's pretty cute. I just think it would be cool to see more queer people in the gym workout fitness space on YouTube. Wouldn't be looking for any specifics like reps, sets, or nutritional breakdown. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I just don't know what exactly I would do. Like, Ty Turner used to do workout content sometimes, and he even would do, if you're a trans man and you're trying to cut down on body fat and make your body look more masculine, then these are the kind of workouts you want to do. You know, do a shit ton of push-ups because that'll make this top part of your chest bigger, which will make the lower part of your chest look smaller, you know, different things like that. And, you know, doing certain exercises to work out the part of your abs are on the like sides of your body. If you work out that, then you get more trim. Is vlogging something you're willing to do? Like, how, like, what do you mean? I don't know what people mean by vlogging anymore. I used to watch some daily vloggers who would go, like, hey, it's morning in my house, and I'm like, this is me with my kids. I just don't know how to do that. I think that the stream is a vlog in a way. Yeah, that's kind of, yeah. But it's tough to vlog out in public because I go to those places regularly and I don't want people to be like, oh, that's where Lux is in public sometimes. I'm like, no. So that's the thing that's kind of tough. If I had like a home gym, oh my God, for sure, I would vlog. Or I guess I could vlog just about like my day instead of out and about in public. I don't want to be filming at the gym, or else I would have posted a lot of workout videos for Oggles by now. Other gym goers didn't consent to be in the video, and I can't ask everyone to clear out. Yeah. I would love to work out, but I'm a 6-foot trans woman with an already borderline too large frame, so IDK. You can always work out for stamina. You can, you know, you can go in and just do your cardio. That'll still be a benefit to your health and your longevity in your life. Vlogging about your day-to-day life. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I've thought about posting videos before of, you know, do the dishes with me. And I just set up my phone camera and just do the dishes for like 20 minutes and then upload that. Maybe get some lo-fi beats or something. I use a treadmill for like 4 kilometers while I play games and watch TV on my stand-sit desk. I don't like the treadmill. My hip feels weird when I'm on it. Lo-fi lifts, let's go. True. I guess if I could do yoga at home and record the yoga, potentially. I need to get a lavalier mic, is the thing. I think I have some, but they're just not very good quality. Does anybody want to buy me a lavalier mic? Like a decent quality lav. Because then it would be much easier for me to do vlogging. My phone camera, like, I mean, you all love when I post videos from my phone directly to the channel. I know, because those videos tend to get a lot of views. Because the thumbnail is always just me being like, you know? And would you vlog while editing or something? I mean, I can. Like, if what you guys want is behind the scenes content, I could do that and put it on Patreon. You know, like, if that's what you're driving toward. Go sleep if you need to. Cardio is all you have left as a tall trans lady. I mean, listen, I would say as a trans lady, you also have leg day. You can do leg day because you know what? Leg day is also ass day. So if you want a fat ass, ladies, do yourself some leg day. I still do mad glute work. Yes. Fat ass Tuesday or whatever. I don't know. Fat ass Friday? That's what it would be. Dumb. It was dumb. What kind of lav mic? I would need to research it, I guess. I don't know what kind of lav mics are good quality. Body doubling. Oh, body doubling work compared to vlogging chores. I see. So instead of having a 20-minute video of me doing the dishes, or maybe in addition, also a 20-minute video of me editing, so that it's like, okay, we're doing work together now. I'm 5'11", 205 pounds. I go do all the lifting. It did take some working up to, but now I have abandoned shame because TBH, I will always look bad working out, so there's no point in worrying about it. I think it's more that, you know, a lot of you girls have the concern that working out is going to make you bigger. Squats, 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 squats. Absolutely. This is what I'm saying, Shellbell. Yeah, lavalier mics can range from very cheap to very expensive. I've previously gotten lavalier mics that plug into my phone, and I think that that is a bad choice. I think that you need a lav with a dedicated little box in order for it to be a decent enough quality one. But again, I've not looked into it in a very long time. Cheers. Shame is a sham. It's true. I feel so much less shame than I used to. It's a wonderful way to live your life. We've crossed the threshold of 50 likes. Hell yes. I love getting to 69 likes. That's my favorite. But I'm waiting for Lux to bust out a uke on stream. I don't have one. I don't have a ukulele. I have a guitar, and I've even been playing it lately. Wouldn't mind some more gaming content, maybe with audience participation. Do we have to play? I don't like Jackbox. You said you were getting one months ago. Did I? I think I was musing about it, and I don't know if I ended up really looking into buying one. I'm definitely bigger than I used to be at the start of transition. However, I was 160 pounds then because I had an ED, which cost me my gallbladder, so I prefer this. Right. Throw the mic goal on stream and let's get you there. Listen, I'll figure out what microphone I should get, and I'll put it on my Amazon wish list for someone to get me, okay? I'll do something like that. I'll ask my friend Jimmy, who is like an expert on all these things. And probably what's going to end up happening is he's going to be like, oh, I have an extra lav mic. Do you want me to just send it to you? There are lav mics on Amazon for like 25. Yes, but those are garbage quality. Like, I have 2 lavs that are the kind that plug into your auxiliary port on your phone, and they're just bad. You can't have bad audio. You just, like, can't. This microphone is worth like $500. And the interface that it's plugged into, like the device that it's plugged into, is another like $500. So that's like $1,000 bringing you the sound of my voice. Like, if you click into a video and it's got like some pixelation, or like it's not the greatest quality video, you will probably still be able to watch it. But if you click into a video that has 4K video quality, but like scrungly sound, then people will immediately click away. Yes, I have a Shure SMB7 or SM7B, right? Yeah, that's the one. It was a gift. Yeah, everything is stupid expensive. Now, I will say the webcam that I'm using, not crazy expensive. Very worth it. $150. Good stuff. He would say that, but now he'll see this segment and be like, well, now I am not doing it. The ultimate vlog would be you get a ukulele and vlog just messing around for the first time. Turn it into a body doubling of doing something new for the first time with the intention of embracing not being good at it, but working to eventually get better. The problem is that my channel is not really set up for that. Like, unfortunately, I have to, like, if I wanted to start doing vlog stuff, I don't know, could I do that on this channel? I guess I could try and see how it goes. But it is really a space for like the trans political content specifically. Like the trans stuff in particular. I'm gonna use the word scrungly. It's a great word. Probs be best for a second channel. Yeah, I mean, I have started a second channel, and the intent for the second channel is for it to be a place where I do my gardening stuff. But I guess it could just be my fucking everything variety side channel with no specific direction. Like, I guess it could be a vlog channel, and the vlogging is just about a bunch of different stuff. I guess that would work. I could just it could be the vlog channel, and I talk about gardening and working out and do body doubling videos, I guess. Hopefully you'll still be on. Yeah, I'm gonna be on for another at least 3 hours. Gardening would be dope, though. Listen, I don't even know when I'm gonna get to see my garden plot. I know how big it is. I know roughly where it is. But I haven't actually been over to the garden yet to see the spot. So when I see it, you will see it. I'll probably post some initial pictures over on Patreon. And I'll start doing that. Yeah, I'll definitely be vlogging about my gardening journey. This is how I'm going to cope with the politics this year. Okay, I had a kind of funny thought the other day. It's not funny, but it is funny, okay? Why is it that leap years are the same years as election years? Why? Why? Why, God? Why? We have to suffer through this for one additional day. Why? And it's the Olympics. Cool. It's fun to see how geeked you get about it, TBH. Well, thank you. I guess it's good that it's a geeky hyperfixation. I know that they both happen every 4 years, but like, why do they have to be on the same every 4 years? Like, you know what I mean? Why did it have to be, like, why is it the same year? They could stagger it. Rude. Jiminy Christmas. My hair is doing all kinds of interesting things. Like, okay. Sir? Sir. Sir? Sir. Because it's less confusing, you don't have to remember what year things are if everything is the same year. It would bother the heck out of me if there was a every 4 years thing on years not divisible by 4. Okay. I mean, every 4 years. Which Olympics is happening this year? Which one? Because there's the Winter Olympics and the Summer Olympics. It's because they need that one extra day of campaign ads. Oh my god, true, Jay. It's the Summer Olympics this year? Okay, so the Winter Olympics happen every 4 years on years that are not divisible by 4. Dun dun dun. Okay, what should we actually do a segment about today? We gotta do, like, I would say we should do at least one actual segment today. So that I can have a video for Friday. I don't pay any attention to the Winter Olympics. Well, fine. The ice skaters don't want to have anything to do with you either. Fewer people watch the Winter Olympics. I don't watch either of the Olympics, so I can't say. Navalny or the scandal with Viktor Orban. I don't know what either of those things are about. Tim Pool ragging on Kristen Stewart or the Cop Acorn story. Cop Acorn story. We have a bunch of stuff in the Discord. And there was also stuff that I have been retweeting periodically. Ooh, yeah, the results of the US trans survey. Which is awesome. It's one of my favorite bits of news right this second. Violet shared an article about wage theft. Come back, chat. I need you. I need you. Oh, Navalny. Yeah, I don't want to talk about Russia. Like for a segment, y'all, for the channel segment, a segment about Russia is not going to play. Viktor Orban's. Who is this? A row over a presidential pardon for a man who helped cover up sexual abuse in his children's home risk damages to the core appeal of Viktor Orban. Hungary. Okay. I mean, like, there's a difference between, like, do you want to just chat about this on stream versus, like, doing a segment for the show? Like, we can talk about Hungary. President Oof Hungary. I'm sure that was a mistake. So he was like a critic of Russia who had temporarily had to leave Russia for medical care, but then decided to go back in order to continue criticizing the government, and then he was like immediately arrested, and then he's died in prison. I had pizza before, and I am no longer hungry. Yeah, I should have waited until the afternoon. You want something really clippable? I mean, it doesn't have to be like insanely clippable. Thought it would be interesting to talk about the hypocrisy of far-right Christians. If you did a pro-Russia segment, I'm sure mysterious checks would start showing up in your mail. I've been wondering how to make a little extra money on the side. He got poisoned while seeking care, then returned to Russia to be immediately jailed. Yeah, and then now he's died in prison. So, I know about it. Died in custody a while ago. Okay, I didn't know that he died a while ago. I thought that it happened more recently. Oh, it was fairly recent, actually. Okay, sorry. No worries. Max! Hello. Okay. Yeah, there was this article about wage theft. Potentially. Trans survey results. I'm just gonna open a bunch of different ones, a bunch of different tabs about that. Tim Pool ragged on Kristen Stewart for taking this butchy photo shoot for Rolling Stone. I don't know if I can show the picture on YouTube, because one of the pictures is like her hand in her pants, right? It's quite provocative. Trump tells supporters his 35 million or his $355 million fraud fine is election interference. Oh, great. Like, I knew that he was gonna do something silly with this. I just wasn't sure exactly what it was. So for, Reuters is saying that the judge has fraudulently overstated his net worth. Oh wait, no. He has been told to pay this for fraudulently overstating his net worth in order to dupe lenders, telling thousands of supporters at a campaign rally the decision has been election interference ploy. Financial penalties. These repulsive abuses of power are not just an attack on me, they are an attack on all Americans. Didn't the Supreme Court agree to see the Colorado thing, like, of whether he can be disqualified from the ballot? I wonder if there's been any movement on that. Okay. So they're hearing arguments right now. Oh, I guess I should also let you know, if you all remember, recently we discussed Vanessa Joy, who's a transgender woman. She was running for some local office in Ohio, and she was disqualified because of an obscure rule regarding disclosing name changes within the last 5 years, which has selectively only been applied to her, where she would have been running as a Democrat, in an area where otherwise a Republican was running unopposed. So it was kind of bullshit that she was disqualified. And friend of the show, Alec Gunter, if you all know Alec, he's the really beefy guy who wears the, like, if you have a problem with this flag, get out of America or whatever, and it's a trans flag. He's gone to those meetings and stuff wearing that shirt. He decided he wanted to do something and start contacting the board responsible for the decision of, denying Vanessa the opportunity to be on the ballot. And I think we're going to do like a group call with Vanessa later this week. So yeah, we're going to see if there's anything we can do, and we're going to like hear her out and, discuss like the personal and professional implications. Yeah, there's not even a field on the form to write your previous name. So, like, how are you supposed to know that you're meant to do it? Netanyahu dismisses election calls as thousands protest in Tel Aviv. Do they not have regular elections? Oh, apparently some people are calling for an early election because his popularity has been plummeting. Netanyahu's popularity has been plummeting in opinion polls since the Hamas attack on October 7. So I guess they're not scheduled to have another presidential election or whatever. He's prime minister, another prime minister election until 2026. But they are, the people there are apparently protesting and trying to get them to do a new one because they're so dissatisfied with his performance. State Congress position here in Northeast Ohio. No Democrat ever challenges the Republican here in that district. The Republican always runs unopposed. Yeah, that's one thing that maybe we should try to do, is look into areas where Republicans are running unopposed. And then you just have to run. Like, you don't even have to be, like, the best candidate. You can just be like, hey, there is no Democrat running. So, hey, if you live in this area and you've been wanting to vote for a Democrat, if you don't like the way that things have been going, because you've had, like, uninterrupted Republican leadership, then, hey, consider voting for me. I think that Mike Johnson ran as a Republican unopposed. So fucking Mike Johnson rose to power just because, like, was it the Family Research Council or the Alliance Defending Freedom? One of them like identified that he could go run in that district. Yeah, the most frustrating thing for me on the voter ballot is an unopposed candidate. And like, I don't know. I don't think that we have to be perfect people either in order to run for those kind of local offices. You might find if you start going to school board meetings and stuff that you like participating in the community. Like visiting the seed fair, I was able to talk to folks about gardening and stuff for a bit, and it just spending a little bit of time around folks working on like kind of a common goal, you might end up liking it. You might successfully pressure people to start wearing masks. Who knows? Ooh, we're getting very close to 69 likes. Sexy. Local elections are really, really, really important. Like school board elections. Do you have any idea how many Moms for Liberty people tried to like insert PragerU into your child's education across this country and they were defeated because of local elections? I know that voting is not the answer on the broad scale. But listen, even if we switch to commune living, we're still going to be fucking voting on things on the local level, so don't shit on the concept of voting. Yes, we should be working on direct action. Yes, I think that voting for the president is a waste of your time for the most part, but like, come on. Are there fees to run for office in the US? In the UK, there's a fee deposit system. If you don't get enough votes, you lose your deposit. Probably. But I don't, it depends probably. If you're running for school board, are there any fees? I don't know. I have a friend of mine is on the, I think it's like the city board. It's like the city committee or something like that. You know, people who make decisions about funding for your local library and things like this. I think that it's a fairly low barrier to entry on those kinds of positions. And you can always volunteer just to like help out someone else's campaign and learn about it more. Like getting the practice of organizing on this on the local scale in the system that we currently have, like you do have opportunities to practice organizing. And then maybe you can like learn, okay, what were the ways that they did it that worked? What are the ways that they did it that didn't work? You know, when did we succeed in allocating more money to the library? And that can help us with moving forward in the world. Because eventually we are going to need to like deal with the fact that there's going to be like big changes to the economy and stuff. So that's why I think about gardening a lot. I'm going to make myself indispensable to the local economy. If like, listen, if supply chain gets interrupted and there's like not really a lot of food being grown, I'm going to be indispensable. People are going to be like, "Oh my god, can you please sell me some of your lettuce?" And I'm going to be like, "Dope." Or trade for it, whatever. Country fixed overnight. Just ban cis people from holding public office. True. Yeah, I know organizing for electoralism is very different than organizing for revolution or a subversive anti-authoritarian movement. Yes, it is different, right? I don't know. So here's the kind of issue that I run into here. So first of all, I don't think that there are enough people to do the revolution that you want to do. And I don't, and certainly, even if there are enough of us, that we are not concentrated in one place well enough to actually do something. And it's like, yeah, I understand the frustration with voting and the fact that like voting hasn't really substantially changed things, at least in terms of, you know, Like last year, there were more people killed by police than previous years on record. So yeah, I get the frustration with it. At the same time, I don't really see people proposing viable alternatives. Like right now, a revolution is not a viable alternative. Got the 69th like. Yes! Thank you, Speedy Shimeji. Um, Voting can theoretically buy time. Yeah, voting is a harm reduction technique at this point. You know, we're trying to the fascism happens slower under a democrat generally. So revolution may sound enticing, but all it ever does is create a power vacuum, which is usually filled by someone worse than there was previously. Right. That's another thing that I think people don't always consider is like if you do revolution, how do you plan for the governance afterward? I honestly think that we should just skip to imagining governance after because I don't think that we're going to need to make the US government fall. I think it's on its way to doing that on its own. Like the economy is going to stop growing sometime in the next 15 years and then like what is the government going to do if the economy slows down like that and people have continued to lose faith in the institutions and a huge number of people are like dead and disabled from COVID. You know, like I actually am wondering, I would love to see an updated look at that MIT study because the last one she looked at the year 2020 and compared it to the year 2020 in the prediction model and then the findings were published in 2021. But that was like before COVID mostly. Like obviously 2020 was the first year of COVID. So that's when there were some downturns and stuff. But like the inflation that's happened in the last couple of years, I wonder if we're still on track with their worst case scenario model or if it has accelerated slightly. I took a trip to a community garden a few months ago and it felt really welcoming. Hell yes, do it. The power vacuum is also why anarchists criticize Marxist-style dictatorship of the proletariat. Yeah. So I'm just like focused mostly on, you know, the actual practicality of surviving those kind of dramatic changes in supply and the economy and stuff. Because, like, yeah, the US Gov is, like, on its way out. Republics don't usually last this long. It's inevitably going to collapse. And so it's like, I don't really think thinking about the revolution is even, there's no point to doing that right now. Like, I guess, but like, I assume that revolution implies subverting or overthrowing the government, right? It involves, you know, either through force of arms or through cyber attack, like attacking materially the assets of a government in order to disrupt its operation and hopefully cripple it so that it can't function, right? Like that's what revolution is. Like changing the power dynamic. But yeah, like so I don't think that we really need to do that. We just need to like vote locally for now, vote for president. If you live in a blue state, please vote for Biden. If you live in a purple state, please vote for Biden. If you live in a red state, I don't give a shit what you do as far as the presidential thing is concerned. Actually, I do give a shit what you do. If you live in a red state, you should vote ranked choice. Write in ranked choice as a protest vote. That's what I officially think you should do with your presidential vote. Oh my god, amen, Jay. Fucking true. If a violent revolution does come, it's more likely to come from right-leaning folks due to sheer numbers and firearm access. Right. They have more money to buy guns. Like right-leaning folks generally have good jobs, whereas left-leaning folks are poor. So if you live in a red state, vote blue down ballot, mostly for local. Yeah, so yeah, vote local blue, of course. But as far as the president is concerned, Jesus Christ. I had a Facebook friend that was promoting people not to vote, and the thought of accelerating a fascist takeover that wants to kill me is not enticing. I told him as much, and he said, but revolution, so I unfriended him. Let's not be friends with people who see us as acceptable collateral damage. The left needs to create a guns for the needy program. We need body armor too, okay? That's even more important, I think. Because you can't just give people guns, you have to give them training to use the guns. Yeah, I did see, I don't remember, I was watching some video about revolution, and it was talking about, yeah, there's like a coin toss chance that if there's a revolution sometime in the next 10, 20 years in the US, then it could be a socialist revolution, but frankly, more likely, yeah, it's going to be a fascist revolution. Like when fascists take over a country, that is also a form of revolution, you know? Like fascists overtaking, we call it a coup a lot of the time because revolution has this positive connotation, but like the Nazis overtaking Germany was also a type of revolution, I think. Grassroots and mutual aid organizations are the way to go. Yeah, I also learned about like a local org that is I think they're just starting quite recently, and they're doing classes on like natural dyes and how to spin wool into thread and how to ferment and can food. And like, yeah, getting involved locally like that is another thing that I think is a good call. Like getting to know people through stuff like gardening and like classes on basic skills. Like there was a dude representing this org, and he was dressed in a way that I would describe as like a working anarchist. There were two trans women in the comments on this dude's post telling him his idea was going to martyr us. It was insane. And he's like, yeah, I don't care. I think Shellbell makes a really good point here. Um, if the US government is at war with Americans internally, they're just going to zero you from UAV at 40,000 feet. Um, yeah, if you're going toe to toe with the US government and you're trying to overthrow it, you are bringing, optimistically, you're bringing a gun to a drone fight, basically. So, like, what the fuck are you going to do realistically? I cannot abide the sentiment of, like, fuck voting for the president because, unfortunately, like, again, the ability for a trans commune to exist while strained under Biden is still possible. Whereas the existence of a trans commune or even trans individuals in their own homes under Trump could be increasingly criminalized. So, yeah, when someone said earlier, are we looking at the American V for Vendetta? Like, yeah, I think under Trump, the risk of there being like increased cracking down on individual trans and queer people just for existing, I think that, you know, states trying to make it to where you can give the death penalty for quote pedophilia, and then you simultaneously have people equivocating cross-dressing with pedophilia, you know, and I do think that those real dangers on the ground are something that we should consider, right? I'm not saying I'm excited. Like, listen, I don't need to vote for Biden because I live in Kansas and my vote for Democrat presidents doesn't matter. But if I lived in California, like even a state that I felt usually is going to go blue, I would still vote for him, even though I don't. It's not like I'm happy about the bombs being dropped on Gaza, but at the same time, like we can resist Biden in a way that we might not be able to resist Trump. Like even just denouncing him publicly, you can do that with Biden. Like I think that Trump is the kind of president who would start cracking down on public denouncement. And like they're going to try to like there are laws that say you can't boycott businesses for supporting Israel. Like we have restrictions on our freedom of speech in that way. And I think that they're going to expand under Trump, you know? Okay. Have fun. Like I don't know, like enjoy voting your principles. My principles involve actually protecting people from dying. So I think if you don't vote for Biden, then that is kind of you co-signing a lot of death. Um, like, you know, I guess you're co-signing some death when you vote for him, but you're also going like, I don't give a shit about the fact that like there are queer and trans people who are going to actually die. There's a decent argument that, well, yeah, no. I mean, I agree, right? There's the argument that over the long term, voting Dem, as long as they're less sucky than Republican. Yeah, no. That's how we've gotten to this situation, right? But we're in the situation now. Like long term, it has more negative effects, but it's not like not voting for the Democrats is going to have either short term or long term positive effects, you know? There's revolution and then there's civil war after the government falls on its own. Right. Yeah. You know, I disagree with the concept of vote blue no matter who because it's a hostage situation, right? Like they're basically saying you have to vote for me because otherwise the other guy is going to just kill you. And that's not a good situation to be in. But it is also the situation that we are in, and it also is the situation that we are in is that probably the like structures that are in place are not going to be there for the rest of my life. So like to what extent am I really worried about what's happening on the federal scale anymore? Not that much. It's a whole bunch of bullshit. It's going to be the same bullshit all the time. Let's try to slow down the end of history, but I'm kind of trying to distinguish my argument from blue no matter who. Like the only way to push Dems left is to not vote for them when they go right. But no. They want to lose. The Dems don't want. Okay, let me try to. The Dems are not punished by you not voting for them. They're not punished by that. They don't care. It's not a bad thing for them because they'll just get a book deal. Like, we are not punishing the Democrats by not voting for them. On the local scale, sure, I guess. But like on the national scale, they don't give a shit. Like by not voting for Democrats, like if we lived in a better world, that should be, that should be enough. But that just isn't the reality of the situation. And I'm like trying to distinguish vote blue no matter who from like in this particular moment in time, Trump has specifically attacked the electoral process. So like if we want to be able to do things democratically, then voting for Biden is protecting the whole concept of having a vote versus like an increasing amount of Trumpism. Like again, I don't know that it even really matters to have this discussion because I think that unless Trump is in prison, he's going to win. So like, and obviously the attitude that like you shouldn't vote for a Democrat, you know, there are plenty of leftists who hold Biden to a higher standard and therefore won't vote for him. And there are a lot of Republicans who are going to vote for Trump no matter what because he's their guy. Like, he's the red guy. So I just don't see. I mean, I think that it's your political responsibility to try to prevent another 4 years of Trump, but we're probably still going to get it. So, excuse me. Yeah, I don't really like. So I feel like we can discuss the ideas here without having a shitty attitude. And there's definitely some shitty attitude in the chat right now. So maybe chill the fuck out. Yeah, maybe be diligent enough to make sure you're not voting for someone who was a Republican until 5 minutes ago and then strategically swapped sides. That does happen sometimes. What are the chances of Democrats instantly impeaching Trump and his cabinet if he wins right off the bat? Dude is a criminal, but with the SCOTUS fuckery, Dems could win the legislature. Um, yeah, I mean, maybe. I feel like impeachment, Dems have no spine. Impeachment doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be taken out of his position, right? If it's Biden v. Haley, I'd have a lot more understanding for abstaining your vote, but as long as it's Trump, he must be stopped. So I hadn't even considered if someone other than Trump is on the ballot, then yeah, you don't need to vote for Biden because of course Nikki Haley's not gonna win. Like, for sure. We've tried impeaching before and nothing happened. I don't know if the sitting president has immunity from certain things. I don't think it matters what Haley's policy is. I don't think that she could possibly win if she were on the ballot, no matter what. So, oh gosh. 72 likes today. I keep hoping for a Hail Mary for another Dem candidate. Listen, even if Biden has a stroke today and dies, they're just gonna run Kamala. They're not gonna come up with someone new. They're just gonna fucking run Kamala, and it's gonna be stupid. Nobody likes her. Jiminy Christmas. Yeah, let's talk about a lighter topic. Switch to Gaza. Some people are saying that Nikki Haley would be the harder candidate to beat. This is dumb. Well, let's see. What is this? Okay, yeah, this all about the Nikki has the same awkward energy as Kamala. It would be hilarious to see the two of them face off. In another universe, perhaps. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The only way Haley gets on the ticket is if Trump is taken off by being in jail or disqualified. The Trump cult will just stay home in that case. I think truly that the success of the Republican Party this year is hinging on Trump, like literally any other candidate. And I think that like a big significant chunk of the Republican Party is just not going to come out and vote. Gonna be interesting to see how everything plays out, and we have an extra day of the year to think about it. Hooray. Da, 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 da. I'm looking through the stream recommendations to see what we should talk about. Oh yeah, the Jesus Super Bowl ad. What was it? Like, it was like washing someone's feet, right? Very publicly kinky. Wyoming bill could take trans kids from parents. I have the rare 29th of February gallon of milk. Keep it. It's a it's a collector item there. Don't even open it. Just keep the bottle and let it curdle. Yeah, of course, impeachment doesn't, yeah, it doesn't negate them being in office. It just means like we're formally saying you did a bad thing. Bad, 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 bad. Landlords being pissed about leap years because rent covers an extra day. Yeah, usually February is their favorite fucking month of the year. Stupid. Was it really? Was the ad AI generated? The Endermen all up in my Minecraft house have stolen a watermelon. Okay. Oh boy. It's just Stardew Valley for me. That's the only thing. The whole Republican news feed collectively forgot the washing parable and thought it was promoting a woke power dynamic swap. They're so dumb. They're very dumb. Wow. What's the washing parable? I mean, I'm not explicitly familiar with it, but isn't it like Jesus washes someone's feet? It feels like we're increasingly living in like two different countries somehow. Like, I live in a Republican state where I'm kind of not legally able to use the bathroom without like public bathrooms without running into potential legal issues. And then there's states that are passing sanctuary laws that are saying like if you come here specifically to get away from anti-trans bigotry, we'll protect you even if you were doing something that was against the law trans wise in your home state, we will not send you back to Texas for seeking gender affirming care, even if the Texas Attorney General is asking hospitals in Seattle to disclose information about people seeking trans related care. So, yeah, it's weird. It's like increasingly polarized, and it feels like that difference between states is getting more and more dramatic. Whereas, previously, I would have said there is not a huge difference between Iowa and Minnesota. There's some metropolitan areas in Minnesota that are more liberal, I guess, but like a trans person on a road trip can't use the bathroom in Iowa, but they can use the bathroom in Minnesota. And there are sanctuary state protections in Minnesota for trans people, right? Like the difference between the states and like how dramatically different the laws are from state to state, just, crossing over an invisible line, it's getting more far apart. It's like the disparity is increasing. So, in contrast to these places that are establishing sanctuary state laws, like, for example, if you're a parent who's moved with your kid so that they can receive gender affirming care, if the other parent didn't agree with you, some states will protect you. Wyoming is explicitly heading the other direction. From Aaron in the morning, a new bill in Wyoming would declare that gender affirming care is, quote, not in the best interest of trans youth within the state. The bill would apply this presumption to custody battles, guardianships, and even the rules around child protective services, which of course raises concerns that trans youth could be removed from their affirmative parents who love them and are following the best practice medical guidelines. So, yeah, so that sounds like it's really broad. This bill specifies to the extent applicable in determining the best interest of the child under state law, there shall be a conclusive presumption that it is not in the best interest of the child to undergo any gender transition or gender reassignment procedures on this list, which includes puberty blockers, hormone therapy, and surgery. Of course, not even puberty blockers to give you additional time. The bill takes that standard, which automatically applies to all state law, and further amends sections on grandparent visitation, petitions for guardianship, custody battles, and child protective services within the standard. So, yeah, this could just mean that any any trans affirmative family, even if both parents are on board, could be declared to be doing something in the not in the best interests of their child by child protective services just unilaterally deciding. This is the party of small government once again, by the way. Like the party of small government saying, actually we've decided that the state should be able to take away your children if you provide them with the medically sound gender affirming care that works 98% of the time. State mandated child abuse. Yeah, it feels like it's crazy, but at the same time, it's like it's exhausting because it's not even any different from anything else that's been happening. It's like this is the inevitable trajectory. We are going to now, if there were, looking at this, if there was a situation where parents were getting a divorce and one of the parents was affirming the child and the other parent was not affirming, probably in Wyoming, after this law passes, they're going to prioritize placing the child in the non-affirmative parent's home. So again, just using every tactic possible to try to reduce the number of trans people. If you prevent us from transitioning, they genuinely think, oh, well, they just won't do it at all. If they can't do it until they're 18, that increases the likelihood that they just won't do it at all because then it'll be too late. And honestly, there is a lot of rhetoric even within the trans community that like, oh, if you transition later than your 20s, then you're lost. Or if you even if you transition in your 20s, it'll never, no, like that's not how it works. Oh my God, hormones are so powerful. It doesn't matter when you start them. Within 5 years, they're going to have a pretty good, like pretty noticeable effect on you. Republicans, am I out of touch? No, it's every major medical organization that is wrong. I would love Republicans to go back to the time when I could disagree with them without them pushing an existential threat to my existence. Yeah, we are so beyond mere disagreement at this point. It's not like we can't coexist in this country with people who are acting like this and believing like this. Like, I mean, at least we can't live in the same states as these people. Like, what are you gonna do? As like if your access to care is continuing to be limited, like it's excuse me. This is the problem with like all forms of bigotry. Is we're supposed to be this great American melting pot or whatever, but if you're a member of the marginalized community, you can't live in a place where folks are able to pass these laws. You just have to leave. At a certain point, the gerrymandering and everything is making even some of your local voting a lot less effective. Like in Kansas, when we vote for something that has less to do with districts, we end up with a Democratic governor. But then, like our Senate and Congress and everything are all heavily gerrymandered, and so we're a red state. Like it's existential for queer and trans people. Hell yeah, Sydney. Yeah, there's I don't know if you can see on the website chat as well. This is the website chat, by the way. It's not Twitch. Um but yeah, there are lots of folks in here saying I started at 42 and I feel like I pass. I didn't start until I was 30 years old, and they have a lot of effect in those first 3 years. So yeah, Even if you start in your 30s, it can have a pretty significant effect. Let me see. I'm just reading to see if there's anything else in here. Oh man, this is an angle I hadn't really considered, but Aaron points out that this bill could potentially impact childcare placements in Wyoming. So, like, if a trans foster youth is in the system, it could prevent them from being placed with parents who would affirm them, like making the official state position in Wyoming being you should not be with an affirmative parent if you're trans. Like if you are, and that also inadvertently means that if you are trans, you probably will have a pretty hard time being allowed to be a foster parent in the system, because I guess the assumption would probably be that you're going to affirm. True, this wretched ideology which has corrupted me into believing that I can be myself in public. Cringe. So this bill in Wyoming has 13 co-sponsors, including the House Majority Leader, which is an indication that it has a pretty good chance of passing, and it is considered a policy for the House leadership. So if the bill passes, Wyoming would then have the broadest provisions around the removal of trans youth from affirmative parents of any state in the US. Yay! 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 Yeah, it's crazy. It's like the entire middle of the country, Wyoming, a state that it's like adjacent to Colorado, and it's a little bit further north than Colorado. So I guess I sort of always assumed that it would be basically politically the same as Colorado, but no, it's rural and therefore Republican and probably gerrymandered and like fairly low population and therefore gerrymandered Republican area. Oh, Jared is so far behind. I'm not going to respond to him, even though I want to. There was a gender critical who called in to attack us the other day, and she wanted to know why everyone was so mad at her for, quote, just disagreeing, and basically begging Arden and Katie to say she wasn't a bad person because of her, quote, views. And I just wanted to slap her upside the head. I'm gonna be on Takis on Thursday this week, I believe. Ooh, 75 likes. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you so much, guys. Um, yeah, so I'm gonna, as far as I know, I'm gonna be on Takis on Thursday. And it's for I haven't been there in a while, so that'll be really nice. Oh god. Okay, so we did one serious topic. At least one serious topic. Where are my stream notes? Okay, I need them. Come back. Come back to me, stream notes. Okay, today is, oh my god, what is it? The 18th? Nope, 2024. And we talked about Wyoming. Cool. And now that's in my stream notes. Success. Hello, chat. Welcome back. In 20 days, it will be a year and a half for me on HRT. Nice. Nice. I love how the same people who spent a decade memeing about how the left are snowflakes are now being the epitome of snowflakes at every opportunity. Always keep in mind that anything that Republicans accuse you of doing or criticize you for doing, like every single time, you can pretty much guarantee that it's going to be something that they have also done or they are planning to do. It's all fundamentally it's all fundamentally hypocritical. Beg pardon. I am so burpy right now. Why? Why so burpy? Republicans have been crying since Obama. Yeah, remember them freaking out about his tan suit? How dare you, sir, wear the wrong color of suit? I'm incensed, sir. I'm incensed by this. My hair is so shiny. Moisture. Moist, 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 moist. Why are you moving? Camera, stop it. Remain in one location, camera. Man was just too confident in his drip that it broke their brains. I wonder if they did that on purpose. Like, I wonder if they predicted that the Republicans would freak out about the tan suit, or if it was literally just a stylistic choice that they were like, let's see what happens. Like, let's put the right-wing media into an absolute tiz. Just an absolute tiz. Gorge. It was at the press dinner. Was it at the correspondence dinner? It's all about comedy and trolling. Yeah, was it? When did Obama wear a tan suit? It was not the correspondence dinner. It was a live press conference in which he discussed the prospect of escalating the US military response to the Islamic State in Syria. My NB friend Crow has their first HRT appointment next Monday. Congratulations to Crow. Also, that's a fucking baller name. Love that. We just have the coolest names. Okay, Obama wore a tan suit. This one is about wage theft. Yawn. Me as their trans auntie gonna be taking them since their GF River can't be there. Nice. Crow and River. What great names. I think it's kind of amusing how I think there's all those like Native American names like Running Bear and things like that. And like we're coming back around to a culture where people are naming themselves after things. I've yet to meet anyone with a cooler name than the non-binary person I met named Entropy. Good shit. That's so good. I almost picked the name Echo. Zephyr is a really good name. Listen, I'm quite pleased with my decision. It's a less common one, but yeah, like Echo is good. Honestly, I think the name Frog would be really cute. I think Frog is a really cute name. I once knew someone named Mountain. I've kept my name Sam. Listen, it works. I met someone named Worm, like Wyrm. That's lit. The single syllable punchy names, too. Love those. Agnes. I have successfully hatched an egg that was teetering for 4 years. Their first HRT appointment is on the 28th. Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome. it sometimes takes some time, but I'm glad that your friend has realized their personal truth. Been sitting on that egg like a damn chicken. True. Incubating. I've got a cousin called Duck. I would call that person Goose. I think I would call them Goose. I do want to look at this various information about the US Trans Survey. Yawn. So, US Trans Survey. Do I want to look at this thing about wage theft? Wow, that's a surprise. I think just on the basis that this article has some surprises, it'll be fun to read. 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 I keep doing that. Oh, God. Okay. We have an article about wage theft that I would like to read. Getting serious about wage theft from February 7th, looking at some recent reports, a recent report by Documented and ProPublica. So apparently in between 2017 and 2021, so over that 4-5 year span of time, 4-year span of time, over $203 million in wages, 200 million in wages were stolen by employers from nearly 127,000 workers in New York. So that's just in New York between those 2 years. And of that amount, more than $52 million was stolen from people working in restaurants, which is the most of any industry that was in the study. Wage theft was also rampant, however, in healthcare and construction, where employers stole $28.4 million from healthcare workers and $27.6 million from construction workers. I was most surprised by the healthcare workers. Like, I mean, I get, like, I know that healthcare workers are ripped off frequently, and I know for sure that restaurant workers get ripped off. Like, I guess I didn't realize that they were getting ripped off that badly as far as their wages is concerned. And yeah, New York is a blue state. This is in a place that is supposed to be otherwise pretty liberal and like a good workplace protections in blue states. Okay. Most of these workers have never received the money they were owed. Like, right, I would imagine that in construction you have more frequent situations where someone might be just paying you under the table and then you don't get your wage. Or like, oh, you're a contractor, you get paid in cash at the end or something. I don't know, you know? Imagine right to work states. Fucking true. Some New York lawmakers are making some proposals to hold more employers accountable. For example, recently there have been newly introduced bills focused on aggressively deterring wage theft. The approach is going to be that violators would not be able to continue doing business in the state. That's a very harsh punishment. I wonder if that would be... I wonder if they can go with that. I mean, New York is a democratic state, so maybe they will be able to pass this. And that would be a huge deal. Like, example, if you proved that... I'm assuming that McDonald's counts as a restaurant when they're looking at restaurant workers. So if you have a boss who's adjusting your pay, like who's adjusting your time without telling you, so that your overtime, like, oh, they take the 15 minutes from this day and they move it to a day where you didn't get to 8 hours, so they're taking away your overtime and they're ripping you off, right? If like McDonald's was convicted of doing that, they could then not be able to do business in the state of New York anymore, potentially. One of the bills, for example, grants the state the ability to revoke liquor or suspend liquor licenses of businesses that have racked up wage theft violations exceeding $1,000. This other bill would also be able to suspend a business's certificate of authority if it owes more than $1,000 in wage theft violations. And the third bill authorizes the Department of Labor to issue stop work orders on businesses that owe more than $1,000 in back wages. Apparently, they've already done this in New Jersey. They've issued stop work orders that shuttered the doors of 27 Boston markets last year until the company paid more than $630,000 in back wages to more than 314 workers. Man, that's awesome. Like, wage theft, I think one of the points of this article is going to be like, wage theft is way more prevalent than you think it is. People getting ripped off are educators. Yeah, I think it's stupid that you guys are salaried, which means you ultimately end up making less than minimum wage because you end up working so much time aside from when you're literally at the school. It's really, really, really dumb. It really bothers me how wage theft is it tends to be punished with civil things instead of criminally. Like, even with this bill, employers are facing, oh, you have to pay the back wages and you have to pay the court fees, and we're going to make it to where you can't do business in this state. But why why is there not criminal liability? Why is it that if I work for Walmart and I eat the food because I need food and I don't pay for it, like if I eat a hamburger that's about to get thrown out, if I can be arrested for stealing, or like whatever, if you take 20 bucks out of the till to go pay yourself, to go like get yourself some lunch, that's theft, right? It's theft in the immediate sense and you can get jailed for it, versus if your boss steals $200 from you by fucking with your hours in the computer system, then like there's no criminal liability. Yeah, wage theft amounts to more than all the so-called shoplifting losses in dollars combined. I think, yeah, wage theft is really up there. Civil asset forfeiture and wage theft comprises like a huge percentage of theft in the United States. My supervisor once logged me out of work when I was doing overtime because I took too long to clean one particular room, one that needed to be zapped and had a complex bed that needed to be cleaned. Yeah, like I think that there should be criminal liability. Like, okay, for so long as we have criminal liability, I'm not saying that if I were independently creating a system of accountability that criminal liability and jail time would be part of it, but so long as I can be arrested for taking $10 out of the cash till, you should be arrested for stealing my wage. Of course, districts prey on teachers' love of kids. Yeah, for sure. I'm reading. Let me see. There's more in this article. Oh, and yeah, we haven't even talked about the fact that some companies are, if you have a company that's required to provide healthcare, for example, to your full-time employees, well, one of the things that you can do, and I do think that this is one aspect of wage theft, is by making a person a contract employee, like with Uber and Lyft, for example, because health insurance and time off are parts of your compensation package. It's part of your pay that you get the employer sponsored healthcare, right? So I think that is also a type of wage theft. It probably also like doesn't get factored into this very often. Subcontracting out janitorial services, for example. This allows smaller subcontractors to, quote, close up shop, declare bankruptcy, or change names when accused of wage theft. Exactly, Sam. When the penalty is a fine, it only hurts the poor, so who really gives a shit? Wage theft is rampant and unpunished as a result. Yeah. Hospital cleaners are the last people you want to screw over. We are a huge reason the hospital can run without mass hospital-induced outbreaks. Yeah, there's only so much you guys can do against a respiratory illness, so I'm not gonna say that you know, that it's your fault that COVID is still being spread in hospitals, but yeah. Hopefully your job provides you with some good N95s. Donu my OO! Hello! Welcome in. We're just talking about wage theft right now. Yeah, this seems like a good proposed way to address this. Like, if we're gonna punish this, then yeah, I guess so long as it's only a civil matter, then yeah, you not being able to do business. Imagine if Starbucks was found to be stealing wages and then they were not allowed to do business in the state of fucking New York anymore. How many Starbucks are in New York City? In 2019, New York City had more Starbucks stores than any other city in the United States, with 241 establishments. And that's just in New York City. That's not even upstate. Like, that doesn't even include all of the other. The only way around that would be franchises. I guess that is one of the reasons why they franchise out. That way it's like, oh, well, this business is technically owned by someone else. They don't, technically Wendy's doesn't own, I don't know if Wendy's franchises, but you know what I mean? Like, technically, we don't own that building or that business. Those people own the business and they simply pay us the licensing fee to put our name on their business. Standalone would be gone, but Target, Starbucks would be there still because they're Target employees. They're not Starbucks employees, right? Goodness gracious. I'm reading more, reading more, reading more, reading more. Legislators in Colorado are also trying to do some work on this. They're seeking to combat wage theft by holding employers responsible for subcontractors in the construction industry. The bill there would specify that a general contractor and its subcontractor are both liable for an employee's wages. Under this legislation, if a subcontractor does not pay its employees' wages, the general contractor would be responsible for payment. So good. Yeah, in New York and Colorado, this would affect, 180,000 construction workers in Colorado. Someone is claiming, like the Colorado Chamber of Commerce are claiming that the bill incentivizes wage theft by rewarding bad behavior by bypassing the subcontractor completely. I mean, it does increase the liability, I guess, to where, yeah, a subcontractor could just be like, oh, I've decided not to pay. Someone else is legally required to do it. In high school, I worked at a Taco Bell, and to this day, I can tell the difference between a corporate store and a franchise Taco Bell. Is it anything that you could pinpoint, or is it just vibes? Just vibes. My hair is starting to get long in the back, y'all. It's like it's like a good 4 or 5 inches long back here. This part right here is a little bit shorter, but like this part of my hair back here, wow, wow, getting so long. Hmm. We're chilling. We're relaxing. We're having a good day. Equipment and stuff is newer and cleaner at the corporate stores. Oh, sure. I'm the same with Five Guys franchises. The building is usually nicer overall. IDK, there's a whole vibe. Also, they're always overstaffed. Okay. Five Guys have they fry their fries in peanut oil, right? Peanut oil? Jay, you're so fucking cool for cleaning hospitals, stronger than any of us. Marine, true. Jay and I think Andy's Mints, who is sometimes in the YouTube, or sorry, sometimes on the website chat, they both clean hospital rooms, which is baller. Drink water. Water, 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 water. So much water. Cool. We have a little segment about wage theft. A little segment to put in my stream notes. Sexy. Damn, I really appreciate everybody like hanging out and commenting and liking and donating today. It's been a very, very chill return stream. Corp stores get the equipment without worrying about the cost. Franchises basically pay for the corporation existing through the equipment for new stuff. Right. I mean, they can write things off. Excuse me. They can write things off the same at a franchise, but it's like, do they have the $10,000 for the new fryer machine? I don't know. Like, do you have that just on hand? Even if you could write that purchase off, you have to have the money in the first place. Oh my god, dude. So Kitty used to work at a Five Guys, and she says, I had to figure out how to get the fries to cook correctly because the stores were started at sea level. However, my store was the first high elevation store, and they did not account for adjusting the cook and blanch times. I was the first person to get above a 5 score when I took my manager test for the fries. Oh, you were the first person to get above a 95? Nice. Yeah, that's one thing about thinking about moving to the West Coast is like if you're moving to Washington, Oregon area, a lot of that is mountainous, and therefore, yeah, I'm thinking, oh man, yeah, you do have to cook things for a different amount of time when you're up there. For longer, right? I don't really completely understand. Never got paid for that time I spent figuring that out. Bullshit. Eh. It's a day. We're having a day. We're having a time. It certainly is a time. I feel like a process that they use all over the country deserves a bonus. Water takes longer to boil. But I don't understand why. Like, why? Water boils at a lower temperature at higher elevations. Okay, so this is one of those water is just weird. There's less air pressure, barometric pressure, and therefore, okay, so here's, yeah. So the water is boiling at a lower temperature. Therefore, the food is cooking at a lower temperature, which means it is going to take longer. But why do like cookies take longer? Don't Cookies take longer? Less atmospheric pressure means the bubble's coming out sooner, so it's colder than you think, and food takes longer. But so why are cookies affected by this? Why is baking affected by this if it has to do with the boiling temperature of water? Water at higher elevation has less weight on it and wants to evaporate sooner. It's a humidity thing with the baking. Okay, wait. Do cookies take longer at higher elevation, or do they take less time? Foods take longer to bake. Liquids evaporate faster, so the amount of flour, sugar, and liquids may need to be adjusted. Fuck. Gases expand more, so doughs rise faster. That's fascinating. Cookies mostly the same, but boiling pasta is very affected. Yeah. Did you know that flight attendants on certain airlines don't get paid during boarding and offboarding, only while the plane is in the air? I did hear that recently, Critical Kitty. I was like, what the fuck? I love how we have Kitty Tick on the website and then Critical Kitty in the YouTube chat. When I bake the cookies hotter so they don't dry out because of lower temperature, longer cooking time. Okay. You want to reduce temp for sure and make stuff wetter? I had to get my bread straight when I moved to the coast. Humidity is a crazy thing to learn. I mean, I live in Kansas, so it's really humid here. I feel like I remember it being more dry all the times I've been to Colorado. Fun. Learning to cook differently and timing your cooking differently. Man, cooking is gonna take longer. It's always gonna take longer. Like, I already spend so much of my time. Hello, fellow kitty. True. Kitties all the way down. I think it is time for me to go to pee really quick and generally rest my voice for a moment. And then the thing that we still have left to talk about today is the US Trans Survey. Time for a simulcast for a second? Yeah. I was thinking I would give you to the bugs. Can I give you to the bugs? I'll give you to the bugs while I'm gone. But I'll only be gone for like 2 to 5 minutes. Something like that. Imagine that I have a bathroom song. You know? Imagine. Imagine all the bathroom song. True, okay? Did you enjoy your time with the bugs? Did you enjoy? Yes, just play the bathroom song in your heads, everyone. They are such cuties. Oh, y'all are watching Has Been Hotel. I'm having one of the worst people I know is into Has Been Hotel things, so I don't think I'm ever gonna get into it. Thank you for the compliments on my hair. I'm learning how to bring out my natural waves. I didn't even put any product in it to like hold it in place. It's just holding itself. What kind of bugs are they? They are isopods. Specifically, the species is Porcellanitis pruinosis, and the morph is orange cream. So they're like, it's orange ones bred with spotted ones. So they're spotted orange, basically. Orange and white. And yeah, they're cuties. They don't roll. They're not roly-polies, these ones. They're related to the kind that roll, kind of, but they don't roll. And no, they don't have names, because I would not possibly be able to keep track of any individuals. There are, God, probably at least 200 individuals in that enclosure. I do have another enclosure that rolls. Those are Armadillidium vulgare, just some wild caught ones. There's a philosophy tube has been crossover now. Yeah, she said something about enjoying it. She put a picture of one of the characters in one of her videos. I don't know. New philosophy tube video drops next week. Next week. So yeah, they don't roll. They just move really fast. So you'll notice that they skitter. And actually, it's right next to my desk, so I can hear, especially in the morning after I turn on the light, you can hear like all over the place in there. It's pretty adorable. 87 likes. Goodness. Goodness. It would be nice if we got to a point where we were regularly getting to 100 likes. See her video from 2 days ago? Oh, I didn't watch it. The 9-minute video. I didn't watch it. Good people, you know, like the show too. I know. It's just ruined, I think, for me. Need to get caught up on Philosophy Tube. Selling my house took up so much of my time. Yeah, no worries. Maybe when you're recovering from surgery would be a good time to catch up. Funny enough, Philosophy Tube helped me come out to my half-siblings. Nice. How did she do that? That has to be one hell of a bad person. You don't know the half of it. I'm sure Hitler drank water. I'm still a water stan. You know, that's fair. That's fair. It's really hard to get me to watch a new show in the first place, though. So, if I'm like already not really interested in watching a new show, and someone that I don't like is into it, I'm like, it's just not gonna happen. I do love water, though. Water's wonderful. Oh my god. I just want to say, I need to come clean. I need to come clean about something. It's not easy to talk about, but some things need to be said, okay? I made a mistake, and I'm here to own up to that mistake. Some of you may have noticed yesterday, while you were perusing your YouTube, that my channel uploaded like 40 old live streams. And they filled up people's subscription boxes, and like 150 people unsubscribed. For some reason, my old live streams were unlisted, and so I just automatically after the stream they would just become unlisted. So if you had a link, you could find it and click it and watch it, but was not like public. So when I switch the content to public, the automatic setting that it has is for it to publish to your subscriptions feed. So, um, so for those of you who got a lot of notifications, I apologize. Oh, I counted 53. Oh, my bad. It was like 53. I was like, I don't remember why this was taking me so long before. Um, and then I realized, like, oh, and I've lost a shit ton of subs. Like, it's one thing if I, like, it might still show up on your homepage, even if I don't, if I do the correct thing, which is for each individual video, I have to go into the video settings and unclick the box that says, don't tell the subscribers about this. Or there's a box that says notify subscribers, and I have to unclick that box, right? So for each individual video, I have to go in and do that when I like publicize the video. So it's pretty, so if you can use bulk actions to make them all public all at once, but that doesn't change the publishing setting, like the telling subscribers thing. So I literally have to go in for each one. I had just subscribed and then that was blasted and I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's a fucking pain and it takes a long time. So I'll remember that next time that I still have to go through and individually do it. I'm just going back and making like my first year of streams public. Because they weren't. Like for a long time I just wasn't automatically making them public afterwards. So I'm just doing that now. But it takes a while. It's a pain in the butt, and it takes forever. What are you doing? Calm down. Oh my god. I don't know what it's doing in the front here. This is... Okay, I understand the curse now. Y'all curly-haired people, I've now joined your ranks, and it's like, you can't predict what it's gonna do. It's just gonna do stuff sometimes, and it's not always gonna look cute. Like, okay, I guess it's fine. Yeah, curls just do what they want. Like, look at how tight this, like, this almost corkscrews in the front here. It's crazy. Anyhoozle. Ooh, creeping closer to 100 likes. Honestly, I saw that and my only thought was, ooh, a bunch more videos I can watch. I think it would have impacted the channel more if it weren't for the fact that, like, I don't think very many people use the sub box anymore. It used to be the primary way that I would interact. I would just only look at what was my subscribers or, like, my subscriptions had posted that day. Keep count of how many brushes you destroy. I don't brush my hair. I detangle my hair in the shower, and I will sometimes use my fingers to get knots out of it, but I don't brush my hair. It's frustrating when the curls decide to uncurl and the direction they uncurl is in your face. Yeah, so I was losing a lot of hair for a while, and it's finally starting to grow back, but that means that I have a lot of hairs that are, like, this long, but they're curly. So I'm getting, like, curly hairs in my fucking eyeballs right now. Hello, Uncomfy. Ugh, gosh. It's been a nice, chill day so far. Why was your hair falling out? Well, for one thing, I used to do this all the time. I would run my fingers through my hair, and that was pulling out my hair. And also, I was constantly stressed. And I'm getting better at being less constantly stressed, but I do still feel like I need to actively manage my stress in order to manage things like my hair falling out. Every time someone has said they don't brush their hair to me, I don't want to believe them. I don't know why. I just can't imagine getting by like that. My hair gets very matted quite easily. I mean, it might be that your hair routine is needs to be adjusted. I don't know. Like, I'm focusing on putting more moisture in my hair, which means I'm not using shampoo, and I'm making sure the conditioner sits on my hair for at least 10 minutes and stuff. Using products after I get out of the shower to make sure that it stays lubricated, I guess, and moist. So, I mean, I do feel like my hair was tangling more when it was more dry. So, I don't know. Maybe your hair needs more silicone in it. I've I've become a person who knows so many things about just like generally taking care of your body. Like I know way more than I used to about skincare, even though I still don't know a lot about skincare. I know more about hair care. I know more about, gardening and cooking. Really my coming into my 30s, my late 20s here have been about just like learning a lot of skills and how to get my shit together specifically. Hey, Asuka. I've accepted balding and decided that I'll treat what's left like beard stubble and just put makeup over it. I view it also as a new canvas to draw all over. That's totally fair. I'm looking forward to this year. I'm hoping it's going to be a good year. I think it is. I feel like I have so much more confidence as a person that like I'm going to turn 30 next month and I feel like I'm entering 30 really strong. I think that I have the ability to handle my shit. I'm going to like get done with the stream tonight and I'm going to before I even leave my desk probably I should open up Premiere Pro and start it transcribing the stream so that I can then work on editing it later. This is going to be the last decent year for many, feels like. I mean, I wasn't really thinking about it in that context, but I suppose since Trump is likely to win, it's going to be a difficult. Well, I don't know. If things go the way I want them to go, then I will be moving at the very beginning of next year. Or at the end of this year, I guess. Sort of depends on what the exact situation is. Um but yeah, so ideally, I'm going to be living in a new place, probably just renting again, probably an apartment again, but I will be in a more liberal place. And I'll be able to get a driver's license, hopefully that says X on it. I'll be able to know for sure that I can use public restrooms and have it not be a problem. So while it will probably be challenging to be in a new location, I'm hoping that next year for me personally is also not terrible, but we'll see. It remains to be seen. It'll be interesting to see what happens if the federal government goes full Project 2025 and blue states refuse to enforce their crazy laws. Oh my gosh, why did you get muted, kitty? What did you do? What did you do? Oh, okay. I'll unmute you. There we go. Unmute. Feel free to pass any advice this way. Feeling pretty shit out of luck if my state or the other two around me end up legislating me out of existence. Bonus round, we're decently poor. I will say, Volk, if you're like poor, then you might have to consider when you move, you might have to consider like selling a bunch of your shit. You know, like you don't have the luxury of moving with your couch. You might need to just like try to get 20 bucks for it if you can, and then buy another shitty $50 couch when you move into your new place or whatever. Like, unfortunately, you might have to do a whole sell your valuables in order to get out of their situation. But I don't know, it depends on where you live. I think realistically, I could technically stay in Kansas because there are certain places in Kansas that have declared that they're not going to enforce the bathroom bill. And even so, like, I can avoid going to public restrooms. I already do, for the most part, avoid going to public restrooms. So realistically, I probably could stay in Kansas and get by and deal with the fact that when I next get my driver's license renewed, it's going to revert back to what I was assigned at birth, despite the fact that I legally changed it. Um, like, but that's not going to really materially impact my life. In fact, most of the time, because I don't really bind anymore, I think most often people probably perceive me as female in public anyway. So it might even be more safe, technically speaking, for me to have female on my license. But whatever, like, that doesn't change the fact that, like, the climate change shit is gonna happen and that, like, we don't know if things are gonna get worse here. I'm in Massachusetts, so there is a safety net here, but the feds can withhold state funding and etc. from states which refuse to ban trans people. Yeah, that's a question of, like, can you use your like Medicare or whatever? I don't know. Like, if there's federal funding, I guess you might just not have federal assistance anymore. Like, I guess liberal states tend to have pretty good economies, though. So if you had state insurance in California, for example, then that could be better. Hello from Bogota, Colombia. What's up? Took me a few years after transition to update my docs. It got to the point where I was being refused alcohol because my license had M on it. I'm already in the best state, but unfortunately the coast is getting eaten, so our housing crisis is almost certainly even more fucked. Is that in Cali? There's no point in leaving the US, though, unless you can get to Germany. Everywhere else is dealing with the same rising transphobia and fascism. Yeah, I was saying it at the top of the stream today, I think before you got in, that I do still think that a liberal state with sanctuary laws is probably better than any other country right now. Yeah, it's unprecedented. Spain is a pretty good destination too. Fair enough. I think even most blue states would cave once the federal government was like, yeah, no money for you unless you bend. I don't know. Like, California has a big enough economy that they could be their own country several times over. So I don't actually know that they would absolutely require federal funding. Obviously, it would be a big hit, but I think that they could tolerate it, frankly. Like, what if in response California was like, "Oh, okay, so you know all those taxes that we usually collect for federal taxes? Well, we're just going to stop collecting those." That's where the Civil War comes from. Honestly, literally that's where the Civil War would come from if we had one. It would be the US going, "Yeah, we're not going to let you get any funding if you're going to allow this transgenderism." And then California going, "Lamau, okay, well then we're going to keep all these taxes that we've been collecting for you and we're going to use them in our area." Yeah, Cali provides so much to the red states. Yeah, you mean in the form of like a shit ton of taxes? Like, if you think about it, in a rural state, a lot of that land is farmland. And you know what? Farmland is not taxed very highly. And there are probably, well, I don't know. I was gonna say that there are probably more churches in rural states because they tend to be more religious, but also they tend to have a lower population. So even if California is less religious, there's still going to be churches trying to serve a population. So they might have a similar number of churches, actually, but churches are not taxed on the building, property, or like on the land. So there's a bit of a backlash happening in Spain from men against, quote, feminism gone too far. Oh no, has there been a Me Too in Spain? I get weird looks at gun stores after they've been trying to sell me dumb shit and then actually have to see my ID when I get what I came for. Yeah, the assumptions. Oh gosh. I suppose we should talk about the US Trans Survey. I'm so excited that the results have finally been published because shit, I mean, it's been 2 years. It was the 2022 Trans Survey. A long time ago. Hey, we're so close to 100 likes. The new results are out. We took the survey back in 2022. The results are no, I think the early insights were like last week. The actual results are out now. Let me double check. Oh, yeah, maybe this is just the early insights report. Has the full report not been published still? Gosh darn it. Yeah, it's just the early insights report. Still pretty hefty. No, I don't think you can still take the survey. It it was in 2022, so 2 years ago. So they've been spending the last year and a half or so or whatever, um, putting the information together, and they're still working on that. So what we have now is early the early insights. We're still not finished, but for the parts that we have finished, here's some of the little bits that we've learned so far. The number of responses they got is pretty impressive given how long the survey was. Yeah, we've got the time. So, yeah, so some of the just early insights on here. Um 38%. Hold on, let me make this bigger. This needs to be bigger. Excellent. Okay, now you can actually flip and read it. Oh, cool. Okay, I can get rid of that too. Baller. 38% of respondents identified as non-binary, 35% identified as a transgender woman, 25% as transgender men, and 2% identified as cross-dressers. When considering sex assigned at birth, 35% responded as transgender woman, and 30% identified as non-binary, assigned female at birth, 25% as transgender man, 8% as non-binary assigned male at birth. Okay, that's interesting. So let's see. 5% of respondents reported that they were born with a variation in physical sex characteristics or had an intersex variation or difference of sex development. 72% reported that they were not, and 23% reported that they did not know. Yeah, it is interesting that cross-dresser was as prevalent as 2%. Racial breakdown, 56% white, 14% Latino, 13% biracial, multiracial, 8% black, and 7% Asian / NHPI. I don't know what that means. 43% of respondents were aged 18 to 24, 36% were aged 25 to 44, 9% were 45 to 54. Okay, so are there any interesting spicy facts. Approximately, let's see, blah, blah, blah. We're reading. Nearly one quarter of respondents, 24%, did not see a doctor when they needed to in the last 12 months due to fear of mistreatment. 44% of respondents experienced serious psychological distress within the last 30 days. Of those who saw a healthcare provider within the last 12 months, nearly half reported having at least one negative experience because they were transgender, such as being refused healthcare, being misgendered, having a provider use harsh or abusive language, or having a provider be physically rough or abusive when treating them. Nearly all respondents, 94%, who lived at least some of the time in a different gender than the one they were assigned at birth, i.e., the ones who were gender transitioning, reported that they were either a lot more satisfied, 79%, or a little more satisfied, 15%, with their life. 3% reported that transitioning gender made them either neither more or less satisfied with their life, and 1% were a little less satisfied. 2% were, quote, a lot less satisfied with their life after transitioning. So it seems that more people overwhelmingly are like, oh, life is better now. And like there will probably be an argument that like there was some self-selection with who would report on this. Like if someone, for example, transitioned and then detransitioned, do you think that person might be hesitant to fill out the US trans survey? Maybe. There's a decent probability that they might not want to be on here. But I do think that this survey asks questions about detransition. So I think that detrans people are welcome. And, you know, people who are non-binary but don't strictly identify as trans are also welcome to join, because I think that that might be one of the things that they look at and ask questions about. Although I'm not totally sure because it's been 2 years since I answered any of these questions. I wonder what fraction of that 3% that reported reduced satisfaction, like I wonder how much of them were treated like absolute crap by people around them. Yeah, no kidding. I wonder if they go into... I'm not sure if they go into it. We'll look at it. There might be more details later. Nearly... Well, yes, a lot of NBs took the survey. But so some non-binary people don't feel trans enough, or they don't also identify as trans. So, you know, those people might not have participated. But I was mostly bringing up that detrans people might not readily know that they were invited to participate. So, because the thing is that some people are going to say, oh, okay, well, the study says nearly all respondents, 98%, who were currently receiving hormone treatment reported that receiving hormones for their gender made them a lot more satisfied or a little more satisfied with their life, right? So what they will say is, oh, well, of course, detrans people didn't take the survey and report their dissatisfaction. Therefore, that 98% is not a reliable statistic because blah, 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 self-selection for people who are satisfied. Basically, they'll say that the way that the survey is presented in the first place as the US trans survey means that you're not going to get accurate results about detransition, which like I don't actually know how relevant that is. Like, okay, we need to do more studies then, I think, is the only thing. And like target different groups and ask the questions in different ways to see if we get different results. Oh, and of course, yeah, detransitioning doesn't automatically make you cis. The trans community will still, you know, if you're experiencing gender dysphoria, it doesn't matter if it's happening because you were born a certain way and you don't like it, or if you transitioned and you realized you were regretful. It's the same experience fundamentally, and lots of trans people want to help you and support you. When trans people who've been on T, when they detransition, and they say, oh my God, my hairline is never going to grow back, or my voice is so deep. Oh my God, I'm never going to look like a girl again. I'm like, why don't you just be friends with trans women? Because trans women, if you're like a 20-year-old who went on T and you lost some of your hair and now you're like 22, um, like there are trans women who are balding in their 40s who've transitioned, and you can ask them what they did. Did they grow their hair back? Did they get a hair transplant? Did they just learn to live with wigs? You know, those are the people who are going to be able to help you. And they just tend to be really transphobic instead, which I don't understand. But if you're not transphobic as a detrans person, then yeah, we want to help you. We will give you advice. It's not that big of a deal. Oh, and yeah, Shellbell points out, when we discuss detransition, and I don't know if this early insights is going to go into it at all, most people who detransition end up retransitioning later. Like, the overwhelming majority of them do it because they detrans because they were being mistreated or socially isolated or something, like they were being harmed in some way. And then they go on to retransition later. It's a very small number of detrans people who are doing it because they earnestly regret being trans themselves. So, yeah. And I think that info comes basically from the last US trans survey, which was in 2015. So, and those reports are fully fleshed out. You can look at the full reports. Ask my bass baritone ass about sounding femme post T. I mean, yeah, like, this is the way that I sound on stream is not necessarily the way that I talk, like, when I'm at the grocery store. Like, my voice is pretty deep, right? But if I'm at the grocery store, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna be like, hi, and it's gonna go way up here, and I'm gonna be like, yo, I have no idea what I'm doing at the grocery store. I need to find the things that I need, and like that comes across femme enough, at least, um, in the context of everything else going on. So the Republicans will say that they don't want more studies. They actively legislate to keep facts of our existence from being recorded. Anybody who makes that argument as an excuse to disregard this entire survey is bad faith. Yeah, because they don't actually care what the studies say anyway. Like, this study says almost all of the respondents were satisfied, and they're going to disregard it, so it doesn't matter. Like, the only statistics that they're going to cling to are ones that agree with them. Literally any statistics that they don't agree with are going to be discredited. It's like the customer service voice, yes. Yeah. I basically have just concluded that passing as female in public, or passing as like I don't give a shit what you think about me in public, those are both viable options. If it's like, it doesn't really matter. I don't really care what people think of me anymore. It's wonderful. To be clear, my like girl mode voice is like purely adaptive for when I have to deal with strangers. It's not like my casual voice. Little boys who like Barbie aren't force-fed estradiol. What? What are you talking about? Okay. So yes, respondents reported high satisfaction with hormone treatment, as per that graph. Life satisfaction after gender-affirming surgery was also incredibly high, with literally like a total of less than 3% reported being either neutral or unsatisfied. Oh yeah, the family life stuff. This is a little chart showing immediate family support by age, showing, which age groups had supportive or non-supportive or neutral families. It looks like the older you are, the more supportive. like people are less supportive of the younger ones. Interesting. Hello, Baphomet. Yeah, voice training is a pain in the ass. Extended family support by age. Income, employment, workplace experiences, and housing stability. More than 1/3 of the respondents were experiencing poverty. The unemployment rate among respondents to this survey was 18%. More than 1 in 10, so 11% of respondents who had ever held a job said that they had been fired, forced to resign, lost the job, or been laid off because of their gender identity or expression. Nearly 1/3 of respondents had experienced homelessness in their lifetime. 4% of respondents were denied access to a restroom in a public place at work or at school within the last 12 months. That was back in 2022, remember? So it could be getting worse now, probably getting worse now. In the last 12 months, 6% of respondents had been verbally harassed, physically attacked, or experienced unwanted sexual contact when accessing or using a restroom. Nearly 1 in 10 respondents, 9%, reported that they were denied equal treatment or service in the last 12 months because of their gender identity or expression. Nearly 1/3, 30%, said that they were verbally harassed in the last 12 months because of their gender identity or expression. 39% reported that they were harassed online in the last 12 months because of that. And 3% said that they were physically attacked in the last 12 months. So, that's probably like higher than, I don't know, it's probably like higher than the general population as far as like the percent per capita of physical attacks. See, law enforcement identity documents. Nearly half of respondents who had at least one form of identity document that said that none of their IDs listed the name they wanted. 20% had the name they wanted on some of their IDs, and 33% had the name they wanted on all their IDs. Yeah, I was in this 20% that has the name they want on some of their IDs because I haven't updated my birth certificate. Just never got around to it. Probably need to do it before I move. 59% of respondents who had at least one ID said that none of their IDs listed the gender they wanted. Oh yeah, I was in this. None of my IDs have the gender that I want on them. 23% said that some of their IDs listed the gender they wanted, and 19% said that they were all listing what they wanted. 22% of all respondents reported being verbally harassed, assaulted, asked to leave a location, or denied services when they have shown an ID with a name or gender that did not match their presentation. Ooh, we're very close to 100 likes. Ooh. Yeah, this was from 2022. So everything in this that has to do with like harassment or denial of opportunity or like having your documentation, like, okay, some of those people who have all their documentation saying what it wants to, like, okay, if you're from Kansas and you've moved to New York and your driver's license is in New York, so it says your gender the way you want it to, on your driver's license, and you've changed your birth certificate. Well, if your birth certificate catches on fire and you need to have it replaced, then your shit is being revoked. And like you would then be not part of that 19% that had their gender marker on all of their ID. You will like lose it. Definitely do it while you're in state. I know. I can't get an X on my birth certificate because Utah sucks. I can't change my birth certificate at all in Kansas anymore as far as the gender marker goes, but I also can't change it to X. And X has never been an option for driver's licenses here either. So even after I move, I will be able to have an X on my driver's license, but it will permanently forever say female on my birth certificate. So yay. Anyway. Yeah, not to mention in Florida, they decided to potentially criminalize people's legally changed IDs. True. Our baby is getting X and we will pay for them to choose what they want later. Love Oregon. Love that. That's good shit. 40% of respondents thought about moving to another area because of their experience of discrimination or unequal treatment where they were living. 10% of respondents had actually moved to another area because of discrimination. Wow, I wonder how much higher that number is now. Must be probably much, much, much higher. Not potentially they did it. Well, it's that, like, it's not guaranteed that you will be uh prosecuted for fraud for changing your gender marker. It like opens up the potential for you to be prosecuted, I guess. 47% of respondents had thought about moving to another state because their state government had considered or passed laws that target trans people. 5% of respondents had actually moved out of state because of such state action. Gonna continue going up. The top 10 states from which respondents moved because of state laws targeting trans people for unequal treatment were Alabama, Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Missouri, North Carolina, Ohio, Tennessee, Texas, and Virginia. That makes sense. Florida for sure, Texas for sure. Oh, and that's all. I think that's all for the early insights. Cool. So we did get some general, oh, this is rough. More than 3/4 of adult respondents, 80%, and nearly 2/3 of 16 and 17-year-old respondents, 60%, who were out or perceived as transgender in K through 12, experienced one or more forms of mistreatment or negative experiences, including verbal harassment, physical attacks, online bullying, denied the ability to dress according to their gender identity, teachers or staff refusing to use their name or pronouns, or being denied the use of restrooms or locker rooms matching their gender identity. So yeah, so like adult respondents, I think, responding about their previous experiences. So I guess this means that in today's day and age, these kids are getting bullied a little bit less. But that's still more than half. That's crap. So basically, we're seeing, I don't think anything particularly surprising in here, that trans people are highly satisfied with their transition, surgeries and hormones both. We don't have any statistics about detransition on these initial insights, but as far as, you know, those basic satisfaction rates, I'm assuming that the satisfaction rates would show somewhat the percentages of detransitioners, because obviously detrans people are going to report dissatisfaction. We learned from this basically that trans people are treated quite poorly but are still happier for it, proving definitively that it is definitely the being trans making their lives worse and not society. True. Yeah. A lot of folks have supportive families, but a lot of people also report mistreatment from like medical professionals in their lives and teachers and police. So generally, yeah, it is fascinating. It basically just shows repeatedly that trans people are overwhelmingly satisfied with our choices in our lives, and that a huge number of us experience negative social repercussions for just being out and being true to what we know about ourselves. Like being denied services, having to consider moving states. Not surprised by any of that, but again, lovely to see that the information is finally being collated and we can go in and look at those specific detransition statistics if we want later on. It is kind of shocking how positive and effective it is. I mean, yeah, I think that a lot of trans people are even surprised because we might have been diagnosed with dysphoria and we might even identify, oh, I'm unhappy with these certain aspects of my appearance. But then you start taking the hormones and you just feel better in your brain. And you're like, why? It kind of doesn't make any sense and is a little bit confusing. But it's like, yeah, the problem is that you're like allergic to the hormones that you make. Basically, your brain don't work good when it's running on those hormones. It's all fine until you add people into the equation. I'm perfectly fine by myself. I'm trying really hard to get over that impulse to just refuse to talk to people all the time. But yeah, no, it turns out you have to be in community with people and you need to be vulnerable sometimes, and you need people to accept you for who you are, and it's stupid because being human, like, our species is so social and I hate it sometimes because I like being alone. Ah, but my stupid health suffers like physically because of it. Anyone who wants to tell me that I'm just a confused man needs to explain to my explain to me why my testosterone feels like poison that makes me want to peel my skin off. Yeah. You have to have community, otherwise how will you play D&D? Listen, I am being included in a D&D campaign. One of my friends from Renaissance Festival and their partner are putting together a campaign for its D&D within the like story of Stardew Valley. Like, it's gonna take place about 20 years after like the events of the game as you play it. So parameters for our characters are: you can be someone new to the valley, you could be the child of someone in the valley if you want, and yeah, it's gonna be, still D&D races, I guess. I don't really understand how that's supposed to work. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's still early days. I think that the campaign needs to be written, essentially, like whatever specific storyline the DM plans to take us through. But yeah, and I need help making my character because I don't know how to do that. I'm not good at it. I'm playing a Stardew Valley inspired version of Cyberpunk Red. Nice. I think people exist for one another. Social, like you say, it's such a pain. It's such a pain. Ugh. So annoyed. Can we get to 100 likes today? 100? 100. Nope. I want to go over here and change this. Okay, I did it. Well, I think they need to at least write the concept. They don't have to write the whole campaign. I don't know how this person DMs, if they do it by the seat of their pants or if they try to. It's 5e. I think we're doing 5e. I haven't exactly decided. Like, I love the idea of a Circle of Death druid, but I don't know if I want to do like my ideal class the first time I play. But also the story and like the background that I've made up for my character makes the Circle of Death druid thing kind of makes sense. So, I don't know. At the very minimum, probably a druid. Do you get a character sheet? I don't know. We have not gotten very far into the planning on this. And I might be the least experienced D&D player. Circle of Spores is a good tanky class. I guess it'll, my exact specification might depend on what, if they're like, if we lack a tank, then I could do a tank. But yes, 5e. Send me any information about druids in 5e. So, yeah. Spend time with your friends, y'all. Spend time outside if you can, when you can, whenever you can. Spend time outside. I'm so looking forward to doing the gardening thing because it's gonna be like, okay, at least twice a week I have to go out and check on it. I'm getting probably $1,000 of shop equipment that will help me cut my stones and work wood better. I have lots of free materials and the work is honestly faster than my clay at the moment. Immediately saleable stuff, and then I work on my clay part-time for a second. Taxes and wedding gift. Gonna be nice moment. Nice. I'm expecting that we're gonna owe taxes again this year because I'm self-employed and we have to pay like so much in taxes. Circle of the Moon is bonkers good at levels 4 through 10. I don't even know if Circle of Death is like an official thing in 5e or if it's just something that I read about. I choose Bard. Most of my experience is barding. You bard. Do what you feel most invested in for your first. You will have 1,000 new character ideas by the time you are done with that one. Yeah. Our DM sent us like a Google survey form. It's probably referring to Circle of Spores. Okay, maybe. They have zombie-themed stuff. Okay, well, not exactly. I know Bard equals seduce everything. I know how it works. I was trying to say something and I don't remember what it was. Oh, man. Democrats be like, tax the rich, then pass legislation that says tax the self-employed, then pat themselves on the back. Yeah, I am going to owe so much money in taxes. I mean, maybe, hopefully not. I don't know. I think I made less money last year, so maybe I'll owe less. There's all kinds of funny stuff you can do if you just think outside the box with your various D&D spells. We're so close to 100 likes. Can we get there? Can we? So close, yet so far away. Why are people talking about Starship Troopers on Twitter right now? Can someone please explain? I know it's funny because I just watched it quite recently. So I'm like, oh, I'm thinking about it. I don't know if I agree with all of the criticisms that I've read. Game Helldivers 2 came out. Is it related? It's like a fascism game? Is it a game or a TV show or a movie? Starship Troopers as in the Heinlein book, I think. I think Starship Troopers is based off of a book. It is Starship Troopers for real. The dialogue is hilarious. So is it a game? Oh, it's a game. Okay. My best advice for a druid is take the feats Resilient, Constitution, and Telepathic. Okay, good to know. Steam game. I've been told that I just need to go find a video essay about whether Starship Troopers is a parody in order to understand some of the discussion that I've been seeing on Twitter. Delicious. Oh gosh. It turns out I didn't need most of these links discussing the US Trans Survey. Chuds don't get that Starship Troopers is a parody. Like, I don't think... Maybe just parody is not the word that I would use. Like, satire, I think, like, maybe satire is the word that I would use. We figured out a way to make JoJo characters in D&D, and I hate it. Oh no. The book is not definitely super pro-fascism, but also not super anti-fascism. I think it's a good movie though. But I think you're supposed to notice things. Like, I understand that there are probably people who watch it and go and just unironically go, oh, this is great. This is a great society to live in. But I think that you're supposed to notice things like right at the beginning, like, oh, So what do you mean you're only a citizen if you join the military? Does that mean that only soldiers can vote? No wonder this society is so highly militarized if literally only people who've done military service are allowed to vote. I think you're supposed to notice shit like that. Well, I don't think that you would notice unless you had already been primed for it, like I have already been primed for it, but the fact that there's like a deliberate initiative to get veterans as teachers, or that like veterans are commonly teachers in that universe. Yes, I love the movie. It's great. I mean, the movie is also very fascist. But yeah, I don't think you're supposed to be like, this is so cool. Pretty on the nose satire. I think so. It's like the problem is that people don't like English class and they don't pay attention in the English class, but English class is where you learn how to fucking have media literacy. Like maybe English classes need to study movies more often. You know? Like in order to teach media literacy, maybe English classes need to expand. Yes, I know the book is quite different from the movies. Oh, is the clip pretty on the nose satire? Oh, I don't know. Let me do this. Oh, hey. Thank you, Shellbell, with the tier 2 sub. Just ditching the white name before I go be social with humans, not living in my computer. Oh, chat restream. Oh, welcome back. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yes, get rid of the white name and move forward with your day. Very nice. Have fun, whatever you're doing. Enjoy seeing people in real life. Hell yeah. Enjoy the dicks. Blue name, blue name, blue name. Okay, is this on the nose satire?
Infantry, sir.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Yeah, I mean, it's like pretty on the nose. My interpretation is that Starship Troopers isn't parody or satire, but rather an outside looking in perspective on how the fascists see themselves, but I've only seen the movies. Well, okay, so I've only seen the first movie. To be clear, I don't give a shit about the second and third movie. They don't exist as far as I'm concerned. Um, but it's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. It's, I think it's like a cautionary tale. I don't know if a satire qualifies as a cautionary tale. Like I think that they're different things, but it feels more to me like you're supposed to be moderately unsettled because it's not like funny. It's not spoofing anything in particular. It just is portraying a fascist society. Like that just it just is doing that. And like I don't know why people have a problem with that. Sometimes people will bitch, about Attack on Titan. Oh, everybody loves Attack on Titan, but did you know it's fascist? Like, oh no. We can't portray fascism like what it's like to live in a fascist society. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is also fascist. People take the wrong message. Right, yeah. Satire is not necessarily funny or comedy. Yeah, yeah, of course. Like it can still be satire. Like I was thinking of parody when I was thinking like it's not funny. So it's not a parody. Oh, any hoozle. Do we like the springtime decorations? I'm trying to think if there's anything more that I can do, but honestly, this is pretty cute. It's doing pretty cute so far. I've got the eggs. There's 2 eggs. It's how people misinterpret the boys. I still haven't seen the boys. What's up, Andes? Yeah, we got a little springtime setup. I'm thinking about maybe trying to find some like springtime flowers to attach to my vines and like, oh yeah, now the vines are gonna have flowers sometimes. Trans flag eggs are cute. I know. They're adorable. Conservatives are complaining that X-Men went woke because they added a non-binary shapeshifter character. I saw someone post a meme that was like, um, it like, of course your oh god, I can't remember how it was phrased. Like, of course your comics comic superheroes are woke. It came free with your like concept of fighting for social justice. Um, my living room ceiling is like all philodendrons. Yeah, these are plastic plants, which is great. So I was thinking about getting some more plastic plants to just like attach in various locations. I think Heinlein was more into political commentary and observation than satire. See also The Handmaid's Tale. The Boys is clearly an allegory for fascism and American exceptionalism. Sure. Like, people who lack media literacy can take the wrong idea. It's like Fight Club. I mean, Fight Club is the primo example of media that is meant to be critical of capitalism and critical of like toxic masculinity. Um, I don't think that person was saying that The Handmaid's Tale was Heinlein. I think that they were just describing another political commentary observation thing. I don't know. He also wrote The Moon is a Harsh Mistress, which is about a penal colony on the moon. They're jailers on the moon. The guy who made the Starship Troopers movie hated the book and hated Heinlein. Okay, so he's like, I'm doing my own thing. I don't care what your original artistic intent was. Yeah, thank you, Mama Mephistopheles. I'm glad someone appreciated it because I felt like it was pretty clever. Andes, thank you for the tier 1 sub. How many genders are there? Me, I don't know. I just got here. Gender anarchy, I guess. True. I need to fucking get around to buying myself one of my own hoodies. It's taken me forever to like set aside the budget for it. And then I took 2 weeks off of streaming, so, you know, that didn't help. Wonderful. More genders. That's more genders in the pile. Throwing more genders on the fire. Keeping things burning. I'm sorry, I don't know why the animation doesn't work on the P word emoji. I could not get it to fucking work the way it's apparently supposed to, so IDK. IDK, my BFF Jill. Let's see if there's any last minute things to go over before we start winding down a bit. Before we wind down, oh my lord, my wrist hurts. Suddenly. Oh yeah, we didn't even talk about Casa. I might talk about Casa like later this week, do a proper segment on it. I know I don't need to get myself a mug, but I should get myself a mug so that I can be like, hello. And then the mug would have my logo on it, you know? Later, Agnes, have fun. Okay, anything fun on Twitter? Anything good or only bad things? Probably mostly only bad things. Ooh, Jiminy Christmas. Wait, did you talk about the Vosh slash Keffel saga? Not really. We kind of briefly touched on the fact that there was some Vosh drama while I was gone, but I was like, I'm not really willing to pass judgment on whatever porn he had on his stream computer. The only base take I've heard on the matter. I mean, like I haven't seen what the pictures are. Like, and I also see people hammering in, oh, why would you have that on your stream computer? It's like, maybe Vosh can afford to have two computers, like one dedicated personal computer versus like one stream computer. It's all the same fucking machine for me. Like, it probably should be different so that I could write it off for taxes more easily, but like, I use my computer for gaming and for porn. And I mean, I don't really use my computer for porn, honestly. I do that mostly on my phone. Um, but yeah, like it's I can't really criticize someone for what I will say is I would not pull up my recently downloaded anything. Like I would not try to download and save something to my computer with my screen up showing you. I would probably just like switch to camera only and then download whatever the image was. Streaming from a laptop sounds like a nightmare. Yeah, don't do that. He misclicked save as. Okay, I see. Instead of just save. All right, fair enough. It was an honest mistake. Might be worth investing in an external hard drive that can be unplugged when finished doing the business. Fair enough. Oh, true. Yeah, I literally do Google searches off screen, even with safe search on, just because sometimes Google will dox you. Right. It's like if you type something in your URL bar up at the top, it could be like, "Hey, recently viewed links suddenly showing up." A Rube Goldberg machine of whoopsies. Whoopsie. Whoopsie doopsie. Oh, I have two monitors. Yeah, for sure. I don't think there was anything illegal in the downloads. Oh, geez. Let's see. I'm looking. Did I retweet anything positive in the last week? Okay, I don't think that I reposted anything positive on Twitter in the last week. Lowly isn't technically illegal in the US, so the point of legality is moot. It's just kind of weird, champ. Sure. Again, like I didn't like I know I thought that people were saying that there was horse stuff, but I don't know what the lowly content was, so yeah, I can't pass judgment on it. The Tim Pool whoopsie is so good and it's such a shame it's such a niche meme. Yeah, I'm not familiar with it. Allegedly, Vosh accidentally opened his recently downloaded stuff on stream and there was horse stuff and lowly stuff in there. Find a positive tweet challenge failed. Yeah, Twitter fucking sucks. This is one drama to definitely not engage with unless you actually are aware of what is happening and who is saying what. Well, yeah, and what's up, Time Marine? The other thing is too that there is already an existing narrative that is constantly accusing Vosh of being a pedo. So any information that I hear that is in service to that narrative, I'm skeptical of, because I already don't think that this accusation is truthful. I think it's shitty. Like, I think it's a life ruining accusation. Does cute animal pics count as a good tweet? Sure. What if, so, I've been trying to find a replacement for Slay the Dragon. What if we did a segment that was like Feed the Dragon, and it's where you submit like cute animal pictures and videos? And it's like you're offering me food in the form of the animals, which I will then eat. That's the premise. Like, I don't really need to be involved in the discussion about Vosh and Keffels, so that's why I'm like, oh, well, here's generally what I understand happened, and I'm not really going to pass judgment on it, because I'm like, why the fuck should I care about what porn someone has on their computer unless it's actual CSA? I know, the poor tiny animals. I nom nom nom. How is Keffels even involved in that? I don't even know. This is what I mean. Like, I don't have any idea. Why is Keffels trending on my Twitter page right now? Right now, it says she's trending. I'm sorry, I want to eat the cat. I want to eat it. Nom 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 nom. Keffels put herself in the middle because of H3H3. She accused Ethan of being transphobic. Okay. Dumb. I mean, just the whole situation seems dumb. I'm not saying Keffels is dumb specifically. Good, sweet, feckin' Jesus. All of this is dumb. It's true. Yeah. I'm literally like, the global population, if things don't change, is on track to drop to 2 billion within the next fucking 70 years. So, you know what I mean? Like, I have other concerns. Oh, okay. Vague understanding is that Keffels defended Vosh, then she got accused of being a pedo for defending his pedo shit, and then she claimed that that is transphobia to call her a pedo. That's more than I even wanted to know. True. Yeah, if someone has some drawings on their computer, I don't really find that to be a very pressing issue at the moment. He pretended to not know what pedojacketing is. Ethan did from H3H3? Anyway, I just don't like thinking about this stupid shit anymore. Like, if there is an abuser in the community, I want to talk about it. Like, I think it's worthy to talk about Sophie from Mars and other abusers in the community. But I don't see the point in talking about stupid fucking Vosh drama. It's so dumb. Ethan was being a total piece of shit about it and like started pedojacketing basically entire queer communities. Drama-rama! I think whether Vosh is into lowly prawn is more important than the population of Earth being decimated a dozen times over. True. Ooh. Yeah, did anybody send cute animal pics? Where are you guys doing that? Okay, you don't have to. It's fine. We should do Feed the Dragon. That does amuse me. I guess you could technically submit actual cooking content in that case, but it's primarily for you to feed me animals. Some people were unironically more upset at Vosh for the prawn being AI generated rather than it being lowly. I mean, I honestly think that that's more objectionable. Oh, geez. And listen, I want to be clear. Oh, we have 100 likes. That's fucking based. Thank you so much. You're all amazing. Um, I'll be real. I use AI generated art for my thumbnails sometimes. However, Adobe owns the images that they're being trained on. So I feel relatively confident when I'm using Adobe Photoshop's AI tools that I am not stealing content. Because that's the problem, right? If I were an artist and I decided that I wanted to feed 100 of my drawings into an AI, which could then produce stylistically similar work, and then that would reduce my workload somehow, like, sure. I think that that's a reasonable way to use the tool, but I don't think that it's like on principle wrong. But you know, if you're training it on stolen work, then yeah, of course, that's where the problem is. I used an online AI tool to remove text from a movie poster for a thumbnail. I've done that too. I've like removed things or like generated things. I use AI tools to help me come up with the ideas for the thumbnails in the first place. Like I take the transcript from my video and I feed it to an AI and I go, hey, can you give this some title and thumbnail ideas? And then I take those ideas and I go, okay, well, this seems like, okay, I could combine these two ideas, whatever. And then I go and actually make the thumbnail depending on what that looks like. Like a lot of the time, it's just me cropping out a picture of me and putting some text on it. Or sometimes I'll do a little AI generator thing and I'll put some text over it. Not a big deal. Yeah, the problem is not the technology, it's how it's used. Also, there's the pet peeve of just calling it AI when it's not intelligence. AI is able to detect stuff for blind people, which is cool. I watched some of the Super Bowl commercials, and I think they should perfect it in order to help with disabilities. Yeah, I still haven't watched any of the Super Bowl stuff. Did not check out any of those. I didn't watch the Christian one. I just, just completely didn't do any of it. Not at all. Any other name is just not going to catch on. Yeah, I don't know what else you would call it. It's so prolific at this point, the term AI. I am complicit in Skynet. I'm sorry. My cat is screaming. I don't know if you can hear him, but he's screaming. I hate how much art was stolen during the early advent of, but yeah, otherwise AI as a concept. Yeah. If AI is helping people in the office, if it's writing their emails for them, fucking good. We watched the Super Bowl just to see Taylor. I would like to meet our transgender lord and savior, Neo Matrix. Yes. It's gonna be a good time. You know what? It's been a nice day. Why is your cat screaming? Has he brought you a present? No, I think he's screaming because he wants in the bedroom and the door is closed or something like that. Or he wants in the bathroom and the door is closed. Those things are things that he will scream about. Usually so the way that you stop your cat from screaming is you go pick up the cat and you go put it in the place where you want it to be, not screaming, and then you pet him in that place. And it feels like you're rewarding the cat for doing a bad behavior, but in fact, you're just trying to create a positive association with them not doing the thing that you don't want them to do. Ah, indeed, yes, the screaming. He's a good babe. Mitternacht. The cat is screaming because you've used algorithmic imaging in violation of its trust. I love how algorithmic imaging also fits AI. So we could still call it AI and just know that when I say it, I mean algorithmic imaging. All the closed doors are anathema to cats. It's fucking true. Like to buy a trans egg. Do you actually want to buy a trans egg? I mean, I think I still have the yarn that I would need to make more of these eggs. Do you want me to sell the eggs on my website? You want Easter eggs on my merch website? I could do that potentially. And or envy eggs. I don't have those colors of yarn. I also still need to finish making these bi-shrooms. These little tiny bi-shroom pillows. I strangely want an egg. Yeah. I don't know how much this egg would be worth. This is like, that's gotta be at least 15 bucks. 15 bucks? 20 bucks? 15? 10? How much would you buy this egg for? Beautiful. Egg. True. 150% of what you think is reasonable. 17.50 meet in the middle. 15 is what I'd go with. Because it's going to be an additional like $5 in shipping or something like that. Think of what you think is an okay amount and then add 50%. And then this, I was like, what did we end up settling on? You guys helped me figure this out. Did we decide on like 30 bucks for the mushroom? How did you get waviness in hair? I stopped using shampoo. I only use, I put conditioner in my hair in the scalp area. I put conditioner directly on my scalp to shake loose any dirt or skin. And then I rinse that out. That's basically like my shampoo step. And then I do regular like conditioning through the rest of my hair. And then I put that up on top of my head for 10 minutes. And then I rinse it out. And I use like a coconut oil based spray. And then after the shower, I do argan and almond oil. So yeah, this is just, I've started moisturizing my hair, essentially. Whereas previously, I was using shampoo every time I showered, and it was just stripping my hair constantly of all its moisture. And so this is my hair doing its natural waves after I've stopped torturing it with drying products. So. And I didn't put any gel in it. This is not with gel. It's just holding its shape today, which is incredible. Oh, goodness gracious. Yes, thank you. I've been, trying my best to take care of it. Find an oil-based cleanser to replace your shampoo with. I mean, I'm doing well without. And what I want now is curl cream. That's what I want now, is a curl cream for setting my curls. Yup. Get your hair advice here. I saw a crazy difference going shampoo, conditioner, shampoo. Interesting. Yeah, so what I do is called, like, co-wash. Like, conditioner wash only. Curl cream changed my life, dude. Yeah, what's up, Eric? I have gel right now. So if I get out of the shower and I want to try to make my hair hold, I do gel. But yeah, I think a curl cream would really add some more moisture in. Yes, I'm following the curly guide. I mean, a little bit. I take a little bit of info from everywhere. I've been trying for years to tell people to pretty much only use conditioner and ditch the shampoo. I think shampoo is evil. fucks up your hair so bad. Oh, jeez. Might try co-wash. My hair be so dry. Try co-wash. And also try like a protein mask every once in a while. I think I might have been overdoing the protein in my hair as well. So, because one of my shampoos had protein in it. And if there's too much protein in your hair, then it's not absorbing the moisture as well. So I've basically just switched entirely to conditioner only. And then occasionally I might go in and use my hard water shampoo and then deep condition. My hair gets real sweaty when I gym. How do I clean it without shampoo? Like, yeah, you can get the conditioner and like so for some people this will make your scalp really oily and you might not want to do it, but for me I have a really dry scalp, so it doesn't matter. But I put conditioner directly on my scalp and then I rinse my hair out. And that cleans the sweat and the dirt off my scalp. So I mean, if you think about it, like, it's not like you're using an antibacterial shampoo anyway. Is the protein thing why rubbing grilled chicken on my hair is making it icky? That might be why. I imagine it would be pretty greasy. If you get into curl cream, it's good to wash that buildup off with shampoo of some kind a bit more often. Oh, of course. Yeah, buildup. Yeah. That's where I'm trying to balance right now is I think it's been probably almost a month or more than a month since the last time I used shampoo. But, and like I still have been using gel sometimes, but I think I use enough conditioner to wash my hair that it gets most of the product out. But yeah, you want to do a once in a while clarifying shampoo. Because I mean, I have hard water as well, so I get hard water buildup in my hair. Even after bleaching my hair blonde, my hair is softer than 90% of people's hair. Yeah, well, it's easy then for you. Okay, y'all. I think it's time for lunch. It's been a good 4 hours, a nice chill day. We've got 3 segments to transcribe and edit for this week. So, holy shit, dude. Look at us. Shampoo and beer are mostly the same thing as far as your hair is concerned. True story. Listen, you can use apple cider vinegar to wash your hair. I mean, literally, one of my shampoos has apple cider vinegar in it. So, yas. All right, everybody. Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for 100 likes. Thanks for the donos today. And I will see you Wednesday. Okay? Take a break if you need to take a break because it's really good for you. You come back so much more energized. All right? All right. Parasocial love. Don't get in